so welcome in. Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca joining me here on the set. Paulie, we have not had the opportunity to share the set together in quite a while.
No, I just been seeing you from afar at Churchill Downs and Oaklawn as well. But it's, yeah, good to work with you in person. Good 10-race card today. Like you said, the first 5 races I would play as is and then see how the weather goes from there, because they might take some of the races or we might see some rain. But as of now, I don't know. I think we're okay. Plus, we kind of sort of need the rain.
Yeah, it's been pretty dry here in New York, so we'll see what happens. But we do start on the turf for the first race of the day, as mentioned, with some 2-year-olds. If you want to play all of the action on today's card, we hope that you're doing so with NYRA Bets. You can join today, play everything while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code BONUS200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Check out NYRABets.com. There's a look at the field, starting things off with the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We had 2 scratches in here, Paul. It's showing the number 1, Jimmy the Tooth, also a scratch. Not sure what happened. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more information on that. But 1 to 5 right now in the number 6, Twisted Filigree, as trainer George Weaver yesterday, a 3-win day.
Yeah, it's showing on our graphic that the 1 is a scratch, as you see your favorite. But on the tote board right now, the 1 is not a scratch. It's currently 10 to 1. Actually, a cleverly named horse, World of Trouble, at a silent
there
fright.
He is on the track.
Yeah, there he is, Jimmy the Tooth. I hate to go to that dentist. Twisted Filigree, you know, first time out was a little bit under 6 to 1, so kind of outran his odds a little bit in a 6-horse field and was very, very game. And when you look at the rest of this field, there's a lot of horses that are unknowns, first-time starters, and so you're looking at a horse that was what, Acacia, 6, 7, 8 lengths clear of the 3rd place finisher. So going to be tough to handle, and that's why you're seeing 1 to 5.
Yeah, just run down there to be second on debut. George Weaver won the opener yesterday for 2-year-old fillies. There is that Senna Distorted Humor, sold as a yearling last year out of Saturn Lace, who was a good turf runner over in Europe. But here's what George Weaver did yesterday, a 3-win day. A stone's throw away was that 2-year-old filly, a first-time starter in the opener. That was a huge price.
Yeah.
I can't believe Outlaw Kid paid as much as he did later, too, but a great afternoon for the barn.
I mean, listen, Outlaw Kid was ultra impressive. And I'll tell you what, I went back and looked at Provision. Provision ran giant. He was wide most of the way. So congratulations to George. And he's got many chances today as well.
Including 2 2-year-olds in the opener for our 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spencer Farm, as we welcome in the 3rd member of our team, Richard Migliori, joining us here. Richie, always love kicking off the card with some babies.
Yeah, and I tell you, most of them really, this group in general, very well acting, very well schooled, all hooked up with their ponies. Some of the riders left them to warm up, but they all acted good. Kind of interesting, though, the 6, your big favorite, Twisted Filigree, he went off bucking. He was bucking for about a 1/16th of a mile. I mean, he really, Eric Cancel was having to get his head up because he was trying to bury his head between his legs and, you know, potentially buck Eric off. He did a real good job sitting him, though, and it looked like once he got into a good steady gallop, he settled right down. Looks great. I totally understand why he's favored, and I'm sure he's going to be tough to beat. I have another idea here, but obviously when we talk about favorites, we're looking for maybe something that leads you away. I really get that impression. I think he, other than going off bucking and more just feeling good, nothing malicious, he looks fine. Horses, I think, will outrun their odds, is the 5-horse Tech Dwin. This horse, he really looks good. Son of Big Brown. They kind of excel on turf. The mare was 1 for 3 on turf. I love the way he framed up. I don't like him to win per se, but I do think this horse is going to outrun his odds under Joey Martinez. By the way, Joey Martinez, pretty good with his hands, too. He was on the 2012 Olympic team for boxing. So any riders out there, you might want to think twice before you squeeze Joey Martinez. But that being said, my pick will be the 2, El Grando, owned and bred by Barry Schwartz. I actually rode this horse's dam, Rainbow Song. Won twice on synthetic at Hollywood Park Honor, narrowly beaten 6.5 down the hill. I like this horse. I think he's going to be much more suited to the turf. He ran okay on debut, and I think he can take a big step forward. And at 4 to 1, I'm going with him for the slight upset.
All right, Richie, thank you. I like it. El Grande. Oh, this horse, Paul, was very, very naughty in his first race. Really just vocal all over the place. There were 2 fillies in the race, though, so that might have had something to do with it, taking on the boys in that race. But it's good to see that mentally he's improved second time out, and Richie likes what he sees.
Yeah, and a horse that, for Linda Rice, she's very, very good, obviously. When she uses Jose, they're 32% together, and when they go on the turf, she's about 11, 12%. You would think would be a little bit better, but she's got a good pulse on her horses, and that's why she wins at such a high percentage. When you look at the 5 in here, at 48-1 by Big Brown. I think a lot of people tend to forget Big Brown broke his maiden by about 15 on the turf before he was privately purchased for Patrick Reynolds.
The number 8, Dancing Mischief, the other George Weaver. This one, as you and I were talking about, he sold as a 2-year-old at the OBS March sale by Maximus Mischief, a horse that those may not remember. He was pretty highly regarded as a 3-year-old for Butch Reed in the Kentucky Derby prep trail, and just never really quite got there. But he worked 10-3 at the sale. I didn't love how he did it. He was awkward to switch leads, but he did look like a turf horse, and there is turf in the second generation.
I do like the mare, Shoop. Little TLC.
Shoop, I know. I like it. Could have gotten a little bit more creative with that name, though. I'm kidding. We'll see if...
that's Salt and Pepper.
Yeah,
yeah,
Salt and Pepper.
My bad.
Great song. It's a classic.
Yeah.
Loading in 2-5 right now on the number 6, Twisted Filigree. Again, the number 1, Jimmy the Tooth, is running here in the opener. Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. We'll send it up to John and Brielle for the rest of the load and call.
Field of 6 just about set to go. 5 furlongs on Belmont's Widener turf course. Dancing Mischief is in. Ready to go with the opener. And they're off. Jimmy the Tooth and El Grande-O. El Grande-O has the early lead. Twisted Filigree is on the outside. Tech Dune is in between horses. Jimmy the Tooth is down at the rail. And there goes Tech Dune and Twisted Filigree gaining ground on El Grande-O. So it's 3 of them across the track. They've got 3 lengths on Jimmy the Tooth in 4th, followed by Dancing Mischief in 5th. And Subscribed is the trailer, the quarter 22 and 3. Up front, it's between El Grande-O on the inside and the heavy favorite Twisted Filigree on the outside. The 2 of them are heads apart as they come off the turn and into the stretch. Twisted Filigree on the outside. El Grande-O is at the rail and continues to battle on here. El Grande-O has the lead. Twisted Filigree all out on the outside. Once again, they are right together with a 16th to the finish. Twisted Filigree and El Grande-O, the 2 of them will battle it out to the finish. And it is a photo finish. Looked like Twisted Filigree, but right there, El Grande-O.
Tight photo finish between the number 6, Twisted Filigree, your favorite, and the number 2, El Grande-O. Luckily, I am sitting next to the photo finish specialist here, Paulie, and you feel like it's outside.
Yeah, I think so. Eric Cancel waited as long as he could, but watch the 6 really reach out.
He switched back to his left lead.
Yeah, with his nose right here. He's starting to reach for that wire. He can see the 2. Now, Jose stands up really at the wire. I wonder if something got tight. See right there?
Yeah. Yep.
I think he was trying to maybe go left-handed, and maybe he couldn't. I'd have to see the head on.
Yeah.
But again, when you take a look at it, Eric completely confident on the outside. Jose tries to engage. Now, when the 6 starts, I don't know if he's leaning in or poking in.
Well, I think when he switches, it's going to be at one point, we'll see the outside horse, the 6, right there, switch back to his left lead. And sometimes when horses do that late, when they're really trying, they start to move in a little bit. And guys, if it's possible to get the head on, it would be interesting to see, because as you pointed out, Jose Ortiz aboard the number 2, El Grande-O, you saw him kind of lift his riding crop up, and I don't know if he was getting squeezed a little bit tight down onto the rail at that point. And that would really be, as our great team has it lined up for us here. Let's see what's going on. As you see Eric Cancel try to pull the 6 out a little bit, and I think it's when he switches back to that left lead, and that's a little bit late in the stretch, but you see him try to correct the 6 in the yellow silks on the outside.
Yeah, and you can see there's that little part of the rail that juts out just a tiny bit. I don't think there's much there. I think Jose was trying to get left-handed and just caught caught in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
Let's bring Richie in for this conversation. Richie, what did you see in the stretch?
Yeah, guys, the 6 definitely switched back to his left lead, maybe leaned in a touch. I thought Eric did a really good job straightening him out. If you look at the rail, though, the rail wasn't exactly straight, and the point of that rail kind of came out into El Grande O at the same time that your favorite, Twisted Filigree, leaned in a little bit, but I think Eric did a really good job straightening him out. And if anything, I'd blame just the kind of inconsistency or the straightness of the rail more than I would the outside horse.
That is interesting to see there too, Richie. Thank you. As this is a great shot close up there. You can see Jose Ortiz almost lose his balance a little bit.
Yeah.
It looks like, because he's trying to make sure maybe his arm or his leg or the horse avoid that little point where the rail connects, where it kind of juts out a little bit right there.
He couldn't hit her.
The flowers
He couldn't hit him again left-handed because he would have hit the rail.
Yep, he would have run
If
into
you go
the
back
rail.
and you look at it, he hit him left-handed, and then when he went to go hit him left-handed again, he was right on that rail on the outside. And you made another good point. You know, the horse could have shied away from
Right.
that as well. You know, from that little bump in the rail there. But yeah, 1 to 5, made you sweat, but got the job done.
Yep. Twisted Filigree with the win. Still unofficial as of yet, but looks like, as Richie mentioned, Eric Cancel, the rider of the unofficial winner, did a good job in trying to correct and straighten out his mount. 6-2-1-8 in the opener, the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. It's George Weaver continues his role here at Belmont Park. Taking a look at the feature a little bit later on, as race 9 will be on the main track, 1 1/16. And you have some talented horses in here. And take a look at a couple of potential favorites. The number 10, Sacred Wish, speaking of George Weaver, to the outside. This is a filly who didn't fire in the Black Eyed Susan, and she did have trouble, to be fair, in that race too. But she finished second behind Affirmative Lady in the Gulfstream Oaks 2 starts back.
Yeah, she was a private purchase, and you know, this was the first time that she's ever gone around 2 turns in the Gulfstream Park Oaks, so I thought she made a great account of herself. Now, like you said, she went to the Black Eyed Susan, and her race, it was a confusing race. Johnny, she broke well where she didn't break well in the Gulfstream Oaks, Park Oaks, she closed. She broke really well in the Black Eyed Susan, and when you have the 1-hole, Johnny tried to push, and then she got taken up and her race was over. Now, you know, Taxton, Hoosier Philly, you know, at one time was probably your best 2-year-old. Then she had a problem breathing. She flipped her palate. What I mean by that is sometimes horses have problems breathing, and they had a procedure done, and it actually looks like now with her last race in the Black Eyed Susan that it worked. But Tax got the best of her. Ends up being a decent race. So if Sacred Wish can get back to her form from the Gulfstream Park Oaks, she's going to be tough.
Take a look at Sunset Louise, a filly by Tonalist, who came off of a big layoff last time out, and I had noticed such a big improvement from her mentally too. She'd been really bad at the gate in some of her prior starts. She was a dream this day. She broke on top, she wired the field, and she extended that lead.
Yeah, she's a a filly that when she gets to the front end at the far turn, good luck trying to pass her, because she's just really tough if she gets everything her own way. You know, this last race was impressive. They took the blinkers off too, and she was still able to show her speed. So that is very key. When a horse that wears blinkers and can't see the surroundings and has won races, now that you take blinkers off and it's still showing the speed, now it's able to see the surroundings, you might be able to get a little bit more out of Sunset Louise. They got to be careful for this Bruce Levine runner, not to let her get loose on the lead.
Yeah, looking forward to that feature a little bit later on. But back to our opener here, Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day is the number 6, Twisted Filigree, coming into the winner's circle, as this son of Distorted Humor got the job done as your favorite at second asking. Things a little bit tight there, but did get the victory and was ready. As again, George Weaver now 4 wins in 2 days.
Yeah, he's on a heater, isn't he? Congratulations to George. This one owned by Deuce Sweepers. 6-2 exacted there, which was basically what the Puckle was betting. You got back $7 for $2. That's not bad.
The number 1, Jimmy the Tooth, a little green. First time out, one to watch next time. We'll see how he does in his next start. We're on the turf for race 2 as well. 6 furlongs on the inner turf. A $32,000 claiming race. Here's a look at the field and the remaining part of the entry. The number 1, Temperamental. No surprise, Paul 2-1 right now as this filly takes a big drop in class.
Yeah, for Rudy Rodriguez and Joel Rosario, coming out of those state-bred races, is 3 for 21 lifetime. I found this race very difficult, even with the scratches. It's a keeper. The 5, I thought, was a major player in here. And then the 7, obviously, for Mr. Dutrow, who yesterday ran a pretty good second with his runner, Kinetic Sky.
Yep, we'll talk a little bit more about that second race on the turf. When we come back, we'll take a quick time out on America's Day at the Races, and we'll also preview the graded stakes action coming up tomorrow at Belmont Park as the champ is back. Champion female sprinter Goodnight Olive makes her return to New York.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Some nice stakes action to look forward to this weekend. And while it may be a compact field, Paul, there is a ton of quality in this year's Bed of Roses. A Grade 2 event goes 7 furlongs on the main track on Saturday. It is our America's Best Racing Race of the Week and does feature the return to New York and to Belmont Park of Goodnight Olive, last year's filly and mare sprint champion. She's 1 for 1 here at Belmont, and that was going the 7 furlongs. So she'll look for a little bit of revenge after that Derby City Distaff trip.
Yeah, 3-time Grade 1 winner, and this is one of them in the 2022 Breeders' Cup, where she went off as your favorite that day from the 8 spot. And, you know, when she won the Ballerina, I think she took everybody by surprise in that short field. She really just crushed that group. And then she came back and she franked that she's a real mare by Ghost Sapper and won the Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf, then came back in the Madison, was ultra impressive. And we'll show you the Derby City Distaff where it got just a little bit tight for her. She just got unlucky.
She powered by the rest of the field, some talented runners, including Echo Zulu and Wicked Halo, who were behind her in the Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint. You see how she's just always traveling better than her competition that day at Keeneland. She followed that with a little bit of a layoff, came back with a win in the Madison. Definitely I mean, it's a Grade 1, but yes, a stepping stone race to some of the bigger things down the line for her. She has a world of talent. She meets a pretty salty field, though, this weekend, including a horse that finished ahead of her last time in the Derby City Distaff, Tyler Gaffleone, who was aboard the gray Wicked Halo that day. I thought, Paul, he did everything right. When you're riding a horse that you feel like has a little bit of a chance, you're not going to let a champion out.
No, and we talked about this yesterday. Tyler still thought, okay, I can still grind away. Wicked Halo's a horse that's won 7 out of 13. She likes to win races. Irad's trying to get out with Good Night Olive. He had nowhere to go inside or outside, but you could see that Wicked Halo is still trying to move forward. But what do we take out of both of those races that we just saw? Good Night Olive beat Wicked Halo pretty handily in the Breeders' Cup. And Good Night Olive was probably better than Wicked Halo in the Derby City Distaff. So you wonder, a horse that's 7 for 13 lifetime, is Good Night Olive that much better than her? I think she is, and she's going to be a handful.
You do have the top 2 finishers coming out of the vagrancy as well here at Belmont Park. Is Caramel Swirl, the winner of that race for trainer Bill Mott. Bill will look to continue his absolutely sensational run that he's been on. Did get the better of Dr. B, who did not have a great trip this day, Paul. She lost position, and she might have arguably been best in this race.
Yeah, this is a really tricky race to try to figure out whether you want to use the horses from the vagrancy or not, because I'm kind of with you. Dr. B ran giant that day for Butch Reed, and a horse that, you know, another horse, like you said, this is a salty group where a lot of these mares like to win races. Caramel Swirls 2 for 3 over this racetrack with the second, and Bill Mott's barn. Throw that barn out with your own peril right now. And Dr. B was second to Good Night Olive. Caramel Swirl was second to Good Night Olive. Can any of these horses turn the table?
Yeah, that's a fun point, too. I didn't remember that as you look back to the ballerina and that allowance race where we saw Dr. B behind Good Night Olive. So they've all kind of faced each other before, and it makes things very interesting. Now, Caramel Swirl is a horse that's shown flashes of really a lot of talent, and she hasn't quite taken that step up to the next level to be a type of grade 1 type of horse. But this was a big effort from her. Bill Mott saying that she was sidelined for a little bit with a foot abscess. I thought that she won this day and didn't look 100% fit, so she could arguably move forward off of this vagrancy as well. But it makes things interesting. And then you have Beguine, the number 2, who may not arguably be up to the same class level as the other fillies we've spoken about, but she has the early speed.
Yeah, you know, she's going to be the speed of the speed. Now, you do get worried because any son or daughter of Gunrunner, they like to go to the swimming pool. They like to put their beach trunks on. They do not lose. We saw Disarmed win the Matt Win. That's a Gunrunner on the wet track. They just love it. But Blinkers has completely turned this filly around, and she, I would think, with Javier Castellano, who's been calling a lot of great shots of late for the last couple of months, I would think send and try to get to the front end. You know, she got beat by Betsy Blue, a Linda Rice runner who was very, very good form. And I think she has to try to get away. The thing is that Dylan has to kind of, Javier has to kind of toe that line. How fast do you go early? Do you string them out and let Good Night Olive get outside? Because if Good Night Olive gets outside of you without Wicked Halo, the race is over.
Yep.
So you got to try to keep Good Night Olive locked in. But does Irad Ortiz go, you know what, I'm going with Good Night Olive. Let's just, I'm the best horse, let's go.
I wonder, because she does have some speed.
Yeah.
She's not slow early. It'll be very interesting to see how it's run tactically speaking as well. That's the Better Roses coming up on Saturday. Part of the cross-country Pick 5 sequence. All stakes, 1 at Belmont, 4 at Monmouth. Big day over at Monmouth there, too. As we head back over to today at Belmont Park, 6 furlongs on the inner turf in this $32,000 claiming race. There's your current favorite now. Favoritism jumping around with this vow for Rick Dutrow. For more in this field, let's check in, get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, Keisha, and we're getting a little sprinkles now, just starting to rain a little bit. You'll see some of the riders, they didn't have plastic over their goggles to keep them dry, so they'll put them underneath their silks when they get to the gate. They'll take them out, put them back on. I'm watching Kendrick Carmouche right now. And we're going to start with the 340 Smooth, who to me really took a big step forward from what I've seen of her recently from a physical perspective. Love the weight she's carrying. I love the way she dappled out, and I really think she's set for an A effort. She's turning back to a turf sprint, but in a race, a turf sprint that feels fairly devoid of speed. We don't really have a clear-cut turf sprint speed in here. I think 40 Smooth's going to be forward with Kendrick Carmouche, and especially as sharp as she looks. I mean, she's just really carrying, again, great weight. Her coat's really, really resplendent. I like what I'm seeing from the 340 Smooth. The 5, it's a keeper coming off a nice win. She's a very accomplished or proficient turf sprinter. I just don't know if she's going to get the kind of pace that's going to help set up her late run. She is a closing sprinter type, and I just think she might be up against it a little bit in that respect. The 7 with this Val, Rick Dutrow, she looks great, looks very sharp. She's getting back to turf, and I think she also could be a part of the pace. If you go back to the bottom of her form, her 12 starts ago, 6 furlongs at Santa Anita, she was up on the pace and then went 44 and change. And again, with a race that doesn't have a tremendous amount of speed on, I do think that she'll be involved. Be honest, she could look a bit more tucked up. She hasn't run from February, but you know, you got to kind of discern which horses carry a bit more weight and kind of factor that in, what's in or out of character for those particular individuals.
All right, Richie, thank you. Yeah, that's such a big part of it, how a horse might look, but what's most important is if that's normal for that particular horse. With this Val, a new face here on the NYRA circuit. We'll see how she handles it. We'll talk more about kicking off the early pick 4 from Belmont Park after this.
Vote for a horse with strong family values and the performance to back it up.
It's going to be early voting in the opener.
And early voting wins the Withers wire to wire.
He took his campaign to Pimlico with a classic win in the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes.
Epicenter trying to gain late. It's early voting to take it from Epicenter, a length and a half.
Early voting. Gun Runner's only classic winner. New to Coolmore America.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Caraconte has the potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Caraconte proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Caraconte is a horse who has tremendous potential.
Caraconte standing at Gainesway.
Monmouth Park's newest featured race day is Haskell Preview Day, Saturday, June 17th. Wager on the TVG.com Pegasus for 3-year-olds, plus 3 graded stakes, all on the road to Haskell Day, Saturday, July 22nd. Play into big pools all day long, starting with a 12:40 first post. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us. Our program brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Check out NYRABets.com or download the app today, because you could also earn a 20% trifecta bonus just by playing with NYRA Bets. Get a $25 bonus on all your trifecta winnings. Everyone can play. Just opt in at NYRABets.com. Getting ready for race 2 at beautiful Belmont Park. 8-5 now in the number 7 with this Vow. And we'll see how this horse does, as she was a horse out in California, Polly, that was showing some early speed and going some longer distances as well. She has a layoff, a barn switch, and a class drop today. How does she stack up with the group she meets this afternoon?
Yeah, confusing type horse to gauge, because she was really running long in California. And Craig Delossi, very, very good trainer. Sometimes Craig will take his horses to Los Alamitos at night and run those 1,000-yard races. Tries to put speed into these horses. Yeah. Michael Jones, I'll be honest, I'm not familiar with. They ran this horse at Parks, but I draw a line through it. Parks is a kind of racetrack that horses either they love it or they really don't. So, but she's 6 years old now. and it shows that she did sprint at one time in her life. It's way back when. 3 to 5, nah.
Yeah. It's
No.
tough. I mean, absolutely. Could she win in here? Yes, for sure. It's just, there's a lot of question marks. I watched her last race, which was in October, the last turf race she ran at Golden Gate, but going a mile, too, where she was kind of had pace to run at just off of it. She's shown speed going a mile and 16th, a mile and 3/8, but now she's got a sprint. We'll see how she handles it facing some tried and true turf sprinters. Here's the number 1, Temperamental, on a class drop.
Yeah, back-to-back turf races. One was really good 2 starts ago. Last time, just didn't really run. Joel Rosario takes the irons.
Here's the number 2, Rivies in Time, back to turf for the first time in a while.
Yeah, claimed by Bruce Brown. This horse has been hot in the claim box. 7-year-old mare. Only 1 start on the turf, and Bruce is going to put her back on.
She does have pedigree for it,
Yeah.
being by the Factor. Here's the 340 Smooth, cutting back.
Yeah, cutting back from a mile into 16. Horse does like to win races, though. 5 for 16 lifetime.
I know she's going shorter, and she's shown speed long races, but I wonder if Kendrick will try to be forward with her. Here's the number 5, It's a Keeper. No speed from this mare.
Yeah, but I'm surprised. I thought she'd be the favorite. She comes off a win. I know she hadn't won in a while, but it was a win over this racetrack, and she's basically running against the same kind.
Comes off of a nice effort last time out. There's your favorite, 4 to 5 now on With This Vow.
Mr. Tetro can pull his magic. He's very, very good. And he's had a couple of good seconds of late, and another good second today. But this horse right here, sort of a wild card horse, 4 for 17 lifetime. This one for JKX Racing.
You can follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase Pass performances. Check out NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free pass performances on all the races on today's show. Even money on your favorite. Go back over to the number 5, It's a Keeper. I'd noticed, Paul, it seemed like Tom Albertrani this year had really started a lot of his horses. This one ran at Gulfstream first, but particularly down at Tampa to kind of get a race under their feet, and then they've come back to New York and run really, really well. There were 3 or 4, nice horses, nice runs that we saw on both of his winners this meet, including this horse, It's a Keeper, did exactly that, and she ran well coming from off of it. The number 1 there closing outside.
Yeah, she's on the complete outside and just circles the field. It's very, very impressive. And like I said, she hadn't won in 2 years, and she got the job done on this day. She's a mare now that it takes her a while to get going. If you look at her PPs, you see when she hits the front, she don't really have that winning punch. But against this group, I think she's going to be very tough. With only 5 horses in the field, she might break 5 out of 5. She's not a good gate horse. But again, we've talked about this yesterday a little bit with Tonal Impact. If they stay close enough, I just think she has the best kick home.
5 to 2 now on It's a Keeper. Let's go back to Richie trackside.
Yeah, guys, and again, It's a Keeper. I think might just be up against it here tactically. The 1-horse Temperamental really elevated on the racetrack. I like the way she warmed up, and she just kind of perked up a little bit when she got on the racetrack, really kind of took a hold of the bit, stayed with the pony, but I like what I saw from her from an energy level standpoint. She is dropping in class, and I think she's a major player here. The 340 Smooth is going to be my top selection. I couldn't get past how good she looks physically for Roddy Valenti and trainer Bruce Levine. And Bruce Levine is a trainer that understands the importance of speed. And, he even, said to me, it didn't appear to be a lot of speed in this race. Kendrick Carmouche is not bashful about getting forward position. And if she can be forward coming off of those longer races from a stamina standpoint, I think she's got an edge. And again, not typical for a turf sprint to not have clear-cut speed. It'll be interesting to see how this pace kind of works out. The 7 taking all the money With This Vow. She can be forward. She has shown speed in the past. But I also would like to see her just a little bit more tucked up. And, again, Rick Dutro's horses tend to carry a bit more weight. They always have. But I just wonder if she is the one carving out the fractions or battling, if she might not come up just a touch short here. I'm going to take a swing, 12 to 1 here, longest shot on the board in a short field.
I like it, Richie. Thank you, 40 Smooth. Bruce Levine, of course, has Sunset Louise waiting in the wings for the feature later. A filly who, as you mentioned, Paul, has quite a bit of early speed. As we see, hey, I want to be over there in the barbecue areas, beating the rain. It looks like they've got a nice setup there, getting ready for a good afternoon at the track.
Some silver bullet there.
They look like they're having a good time over there.
They are having a good time.
I can imagine on Sunday for Father's Day, those barbecue areas are going to be packed.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
And they're giving
love that.
some nice bags too as well.
Yeah.
On Father's Day. Father's Day is always, you'll have a nice little crowd here.
Used to come to the track with your dad?
Yes, all the time on Father's Day. It was the one day Mom wouldn't get mad.
I first started really looking at races with my dad, and we like to play the multi-race wagers, and even now, I call my parents at night, and Mom and I'll talk about horses and stuff, but then my dad will go through, oh, this horse was this price, and that was a tough beat in this race, and it's a lot of fun. I love that.
Yeah, my father now 83, and he's got a method of a madness. So what he does, he'll take all of our picks, and then he'll look at a lot of other professional picks in the daily racing form, and whichever horses we don't pick, he puts 2 across on them, and he's done very, very well.
Wow.
How about that?
Wow.
It's like you're betting against your own son. I love it.
And
I love it.
He's
only my father.
Doing
only
it.
my father. Yeah.
I love that. So my dad likes to bet all my father-in-law's horses.
Oh, yeah.
He's supportive of the family.
Well, you got to root, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. 7-5 now on the number 7 with this vow. Hope you're coming out to the track with your dad on Saturday. I know so many people who have such great memories of spending days at the races with their fathers throughout the years, and we loved having a chance to celebrate that and to remember some of those special moments. Back to this race. Paulie, you're going to go with the 5, It's a Keeper in here?
Yeah, the 7 obviously is the wild card, and the way this horse is getting bet, I would think the 7's going to end up being tough in here. But I do think the 5's, the deserving second choice. Temperamental needs kind of the right setup. I'm wondering what happened in that last race. When I looked at it, just really did no running and broke okay.
She didn't look comfortable
yeah,
to me early.
Kind of.
It's like she kind of dropped back. She just really looked like she wasn't into the bridle. She just didn't really look settled in the race. It was odd.
Yeah. And Rudy's not a complete turf trainer, so for him to try again and this horse getting bet, I would think the 1's going to fire a big shot.
Yeah, it's a good point, too. Taking a drop in Class 2 is facing significantly tougher in her last 2. Fleet-footed has been on a roll recently. Loading in for the 2nd, pick 4 kicking off here, 3-2 still on your favorite with this vow to the outside. We'll see how she handles. Coming back here to New York for the first time, John and Brielle standing by with the call.
And they're off. Ruvies in Time is sent out for the early lead with this vow far outside. 40 Smooth now moves up in between horses. As they race up the backstretch, it's 3 of them across. Ruvies in Time down at the rail. 40 Smooth in between with this vow on the outside. 2.5 lengths back to It's a Keeper, who sits in 4th with Temperamental, the trailer, in 5th. Ruvies in Time and 40 Smooth. And the 2 of them are right together with this vow right there on the outside. 3 of them stacked across the track through a quarter in 22 2/5 seconds. And It's a Keeper is sitting just off the front 3. And then Temperamental, who's only 3.5 lengths from the lead. The 3-pronged battle up front continues with this vow. 40 Smooth, Ruvies in Time, It's a Keeper, swings to the far outside for the run through the stretch, and Temperamental is looking for a way through. Here's with this vow. Here's It's a Keeper. It's a Keeper. And with this vow inside the 8th pole. On the outside, it is It's a Keeper who has taken the lead from With This Vow. It's a Keeper. Set a good trip behind those front 3 and wins here by almost 2. With This Vow finished 2nd. And Temperamental was 3rd.
It's a Keeper, top pick by Paul, gets the win, 2nd victory in a row. And it's interesting, Paulie, we see this sometimes. Horses that just never seem to get the job done, then all of a sudden they win. They often do come back and do it right again.
It's almost like the light bulb goes off, right? And Junior had a handful of horse in here, and Jose Lezcano was 3 wide with the 7. And she's just better. I was surprised again that, you know, the 7 ended up going off as your favorite in here, because so many times we look at a racing form and we go to ourselves, okay, this horse is dropping. We think this horse is going to run this. This horse is dropping from this, so we think this horse is going to run better here. Instead of taking the horse that won at a lower level, just basically this level, ran the 77 Beyer, the best last race Beyer, and repeats it.
Yeah, she does. Makes it 2 wins in a row. Maybe some of those concerns that Richie had about your favorite with this bow as well, not quite being fit enough coming into play as well. She just didn't really have enough kick in the stretch, whereas the recency, the fitness edge went to the number 5, It's a Keeper, who's in great form right now. Tom Albertrani, the trainer, he's also the co-owner and co-breeder of this one.
And you know, Junior Alvarado been very selective, obviously been on fire with a lot of the Bill Mott horses, but he's been going back and forth. What was Churchill, now Ellis, to ride some horses for Bill, and coming back and forth, and he's striking at about 14-15%. Really, really good.
And he's had some big wins, especially with the likes of Cody's Wish, a real star that he partners with for trainer Bill Mott. But gets the win here for Tom Albertrani. We'll bring you prices when we come back and see who makes their way to that winner's circle after this.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malathaat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malathaat.
We hope you will come join us on Father's Day at Belmont Park on Sunday. The first 7,000 fans in attendance will receive a free Belmont Park duffel bag. Plus, the first 200 fans will also get a free James & Sons cigar. Dads, you can show off your skills in the Golf Pro Simulator in the backyard. Tickets start at $5 as Paul and I are going to make our home shopping network debut here. But this is the duffel bag, and it's super nice, Paulie. You've got a little side pocket here. Let's see. Oh, wow. How do they do this? This is a lot harder than it looks.
Too.
Yeah. Little side pocket here for your shoes. And then you have the nice Belmont Park logo.
Yes.
Yeah.
We got imported leather from North Hempstead, New York. It's very well done. You know, to be honest with you, this is like...
This is super nice. Yeah.
100%.
Little carrying strap, too.
Oh, yeah.
Great.
This is good.
Well, if the marketing department finds a few missing, you know what happened.
Just don't take this to the money room.
Paul's a dad. I am not. So you can have this. I'm going to try to bring one home for my dad, though, because I know he loves the giveaways here, too. Those are awesome. Number 5, It's a Keeper with the win. Junior Alvarado, a father as well. Richie, a dad and grandfather. And I know they'll all be celebrating this weekend, Richie.
Yeah, this will be my first Father's Day as a grandpa, so I'm pretty excited about that. Junior, you really got a beautiful trip with It's a Keeper. What is the feeling like for the people at home when you're cruising in behind 3 that are battling like that?
Yeah, I mean, you just set up perfectly. You know, like she broke good. You know, I let her run the first part of the race just to make sure whoever wants to go had to rush a little bit there. Then, you know, when I took her back, you know, I still felt like, you know, she was traveling beautiful. Like she couldn't just wait for me to let it go, you know. Like I said, watching the horses in front of the tree, you know, kind of like head to head, and you know, one of the favorites was going in the outside, kind of, you know, losing a little bit of ground too. So like, let me tuck thing a little bit to the rail, save a little ground, and just to make sure I have enough. And like I said before the quarter pole, I mean, I had to start tipping out because she was just getting into the hills there. You know, she was just much the best today.
Yeah, but again, giving her that trip and kind of things setting up and knowing how much you have underneath you. Speaking of knowing what you have underneath you, to me, the performance of the weekend was Cody's Wish. And you eased him out in the clear. He was wide, but how much confidence did you have?
Yeah, I just think, you know, like I say, it's not only riding like the best horse, but it's just having the confidence that, you know, you have to know what he's going to give you and when to start using it. And I think, you know, just reading it so many times now, you know, I know when he's ready. I know for how long he can give me a good kick. So that day was, like I say, it was just a matter of time for me to get it in the clear. And, you know, he started pretty much, and if you watch the race, he was passing, like picking horses 2 by 2 at that point by the 3/8 pole.
Yeah, I mean, he picked up the field so easily. Now, that was a mile. This is the furthest he's gone so far. What do you think about the 1 1/8 in the Whitney and going beyond?
Yeah, you know, yeah, it's going to be a good try. I think this is the year, you know. Last year, I would definitely not suggest that. It was a horse like that you didn't know what to expect when you were behind horses, because when he turns it on, you know, you didn't want to be on his way, so you had to put him in the clear right away. I think this year, you know, he saddled for me beautiful. You know, like I said, he was behind horse and he was completely fine. He respected me the whole way around, and like I said, when I was ready. So I just think this is the time, and I think his performance, he's 100% ready to take that challenge.
Junior, you've ridden a lot of good horses. Where would you put Cody's Wish amongst those horses?
Yeah, you know, he top of the list for sure. You know, he's got to be at least the best miler horse I ever rode, for sure.
Well done. Congratulations. Keep it up. Guys, Junior Alvarado, this is the definition of a true professional race rider.
That he is, Richie piloting home. It's a Keeper, $5.70 winner. And yeah, how impressive was Cody's Wish, Paul? And as Richie touched on, the plan to stretch him out, it makes sense. He's already won the Met Mile, the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He doesn't need to do those races again. Going for a race like the Classic and the Whitney will only add to his value at this point.
Yeah, and let's not forget the bottom side of his pedigree. His mama was a champion too, a dance card Tappet. So listen, he's bred regularly already. So, you know, people are going to be knocking on the shed row anyway when he goes to the breeding shed. But Junior said something there that was very, very interesting, and I'm kind of with him. His stride is so efficient, and he's kind of handled them with care when it comes to the 6 and 7 furlong races because he's just been much the best. But he did say, listen to Mig, he's gotten better. So now he's saying that he thinks that he's got to sit behind horses and draft a little more, going a little bit longer distance of ground, and then when he asks for that cue, he's going to go. I'll be honest with you, that's the most I'm looking forward to that race more than anything at Saratoga.
Yeah,
I really am.
That'll be exciting. And, of course, the story that goes along with it for young Cody Dorman and his family. I got a chance to interview his dad, Kelly, after the race, and just feeling that emotion from him and what this horse has done, the journey that he's brought their family on to because of the Make-A-Wish Foundation is really incredible. And I said, because he said, I want to thank everybody in racing. I said, you're part of the racing family now.
I think the other part of that is that Cody's Wish is so intelligent.
Yeah.
I cried when he won at Churchill Downs because he laid his head right on Cody's chest, and he did it again. He knows exactly who Cody is, and Cody knows who Cody's Wish is. I know I'm getting the Codys mixed up, but these horses are so intelligent. I think that makes him brilliant, too, as well. he knows exactly what he's doing this for, Cody's Wish.
Such a special
Yeah.
story, such an easy horse to root for. What a talented racehorse he is as well as Cody's Wish, dominant in that Met Mile. We turn our attention over to race 3 now. We'll be on the main track, our first dirt race of the day, 7 furlongs on the main here. Chi-Town Lady is currently your favorite. Wesley Ward saying, Paul, that this is a plan, a prep race for potentially taking on the Ballerina this summer at Saratoga, as Chi-Town Lady won the Grade 1 test already. Before we get into that third race, we continue our highlight of Thoroughbred Aftercare. The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation is celebrating 40 years of helping horses and saving lives. A second chance not only for the equine athletes, but for the individuals that get to work with them.
Celebrating its 40th anniversary in 2023, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation has long been saving former racehorses from possible neglect, abuse, or slaughter. The TRF herd of nearly 450 horses who are not able to go on to second careers as sport horses are given lifelong sanctuary at one of the many facilities sponsored by the TRF across the country. But the TRF isn't only helping equines have a second chance at life. They are helping incarcerated individuals as well. The innovative and pioneering Second Chances program allows incarcerated men and women the opportunity to build life skills while participating in a vocational program as they provide supervised care to retired racehorses.
I talk to them, I speak to them about things that I don't speak to people about in there. I can feel like they actually relate to me, and the same second chance that they're given, I feel like I'm getting.
I didn't know it was going to be such an emotional time, and you really do bond with the animals, and they look for you to be there for them.
It's more love out here. It's more peace, tranquility, solace, anything you want to call it, the epitome of peace to me.
There are currently 8 TRF Second Chances programs at prisons in 6 different states. Graduates of the program receive certification based upon their level of expertise and have gone on to careers as farriers, vet assistants, and caretakers. The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, helping thoroughbreds who help people.
Cannot say enough good things about the work that the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation does. You can visit trfinc.org. And on Sunday, Paul, along with it being Father's Day and all the special events going on, it'll also be TRF at the Track Day Race 5, named in honor of the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. So you can come on over, meet some of the volunteers, learn a little bit more about the work that the organization does. And it's just so wonderful to see how they give second chances to horses and to people.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's all different things. We see a lot of thoroughbreds have second life as not hunter jumpers, but they compete. And also, you know, they go to better homes. One of my best stories I ever had in baseball, period, was I had a horse called the Weege. And it was named after my father. The horse couldn't run much and ended up breaking his mane for $5,000 at Turf Paradise. My dad ended up taking a picture and then ended up having something the matter with his ankle after the race, but it was not, you know, threatening to his life. And I remember I sold the horse for $1 because I wanted the horse to go to a good home. So now I get traded from the Dodgers to the Marlins in 2004. And I'm getting screamed by this little girl on the right side of the right field line, and I'm just getting screamed at, and I'm stretching. I'm saying, I'll be there in a second. You know, she wanted me to sign something, I thought. So I got done stretching, and I walked over there, and she goes, "Hi, Paul. My name's Brittany." And I said, "Hi." She goes, shows me the picture, and it was the Weege. It was the horse. And at that time, he had gotten to about age 6. He is still alive. He's about age 25.
Cool.
So, and I'll never forget that day on that baseball field. I felt so proud. All the accomplishments I've been so blessed to play professional baseball. that was one of the coolest moments I ever had on a baseball field.
I love that. That's really, really special. And it's just amazing to see what horses can do in their second careers and just what they can do for the people that are around them and the love that they feel, the relationships. And so that's a great, great story. So I hope you come on out on Sunday, get a chance to support Thoroughbred Aftercare and all of the great organizations that look after our horses after their racing days are done. We have another great story for you coming up on the other side of this break, though. A success story from the backstretch. We'll meet a very special young lady and her very bright future.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Mitole running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Mitole's a monster! Mitole wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Mitole, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Mitole's a few Mitole's.
The mighty Mitole, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstream, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
By the moon, by the 8th pole in front. Lightstream bearing down on her as Mia Tori continues to battle at the fence. By the moon at the 16th pole. Lightstream on the outside. Mia Tori keeps on fighting on the inside. It's By the Moon though, and By the Moon won the Bed of Roses.
By the Moon in the 2017 Bed of Roses. This is brought to you by 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila. Taste is everything, as we see By the Moon, second straight Bed of Roses. She was so, so talented.
Yeah, she really was. She had a nose for the wire. I mean, she won a ton of money, too, as well. And that family is a very, very good family. But, yeah, she was game. As you can tell, 1800 Tequila. Last time I heard, it's the world's tequila.
Yeah. So, this is the world's most awarded tequila.
Awarded?
Yeah.
Ribbons.
Very. Big deal. Our America's Best Racing Race of the Week is the Bed of Roses. It's a Grade 2 event on Saturday. Field of 5, but you can make a case for all of them, including the champion Goodnight Olive, who will make her return to Belmont Park since last year. She's 1 for 1 at Belmont already, and will try to get back to the winner's circle this weekend. First, though, we have race 3 coming up next here at Belmont Park as we head back over to the paddock. It's going 7 furlongs on the main track. For fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, a pretty competitive group here, too, Paul, as Chi-Town Lady, I think really interesting. Wesley Ward saying that this filly who won the Grade 1 test last summer is using this race as a prep to get back on track, potentially for the Ballerina this summer.
Yeah, and this is a filly that's kind of different for, Wesley Ward. Chi-Town Lady's a horse that comes from out of it.
Yeah.
Mostly Wesley Ward's horses are speed demons that just go to the front, but the gate's like her issue. She can't really get out of the gate, and she leaves a lot, of work to do, but she is talented.
There's a look at Mozienko in the paddock. For more on this field, let's head down, check in with Richie.
Yeah, guys, and as we're speaking, rumbles of thunder are starting. It's starting to rain a little bit steadier, but it's an outdoor sport. They'll race through the rain. It's lightning will cause a delay. They won't send the horses and riders out if lightning is too close to the area. Thunder still sounded a pretty good distance away, so I think we're fine. Let's start with Mozienko. I'm a big fan of the horse and Bill Mozienko, who scored the fastest hat trick in NHL history, 21 seconds, playing for Chicago, and that was against my beloved Rangers, albeit I wasn't born yet, but I think that's a really cool fact. And Michelle Yu, our colleague, actually named this horse by Hat Trick, so very cleverly named, but Mozienko, I always like to talk about that. She looks great. She's dropping out of the vagrancy. She's ultra consistent, a 9-time winner, earned over $500,000, and I think she's primed for her A race. Dennis Lauman's done such good work with her, and she's a filly that kind of touts herself, and her coat and her demeanor, I think she's going to run her A race today. The 2, Rosebug, also making a nice impression. This daughter of American Pharaoh, Bill Mott, just been on quite a tear, and depth and strength of his stable is evident, and she's just making a really nice impression here in the paddock. Like how cool, calm, collected she is. She's got a nice focused demeanor to her. And then the 5, Chi-Town Lady. It's so interesting, Paul, what you said about her not being a typical Wesley Ward, because I'm watching her in the paddock, and she's got the demeanor of a speed horse. So, she's a little rammy, a little charged up, kind of pulling the groom around, very, very focused, but yet she's a closing sprinter despite that demeanor, and that is unusual or different for most of Wesley Ward runners, but she looks terrific. I will say I think she probably could tighten up just a little bit more as well, but this is a race to kind of set her up for bigger things this summer, so it'll be interesting to see. We'll keep an eye on the weather, and hopefully, well, I don't mind getting wet. Just lightning kind of scares me.
Got to protect the suit, Richie, too. 8-5 on Chi-Town Lady. Grade 1 winner. She won the test against some talented fillies, including Metareya there this day, Paul. And she got the setup, to be fair. She came from off of it with a quick pace. And that being said, she's a Grade 1 winner.
Yeah, she is. And perfectly timed by Joel Rosario. It was over a muddy racetrack, so one of her wins. She's 2 for 2 over the wet, so she does like obviously a wet surface. So this was good that day at the test. You can see they sent them brushed a little bit, but she was full of run late. She's had a lot of spaces in her layoff line, so you'll see today if she can fire her best. I thought Hot Fudge on the outside getting back to dirt. I get it. You see Chi-Town Lady with these 90 buyers and all this and that. But you got Movie Moxie, the 3, the 6. If they repeat their last races, even the 2, they got a big shot of beating Chi-Town Lady. And by the way, Mig channeling is a little Crocodile Dundee down there. I like it.
He's ready for the elements.
Yes.
You can feed your competitive edge with live money handicapping contests nearly every week. Register now to win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration ends at 5 p.m. on Friday. You've got a little bit less than 3 hours to do so. Visit NYRA.com/contest to learn more. 8-5 on your favorite Chi-Town Lady. There is Junior Alvarado talking with Bill Mott's assistant, Leanna Williford, about the number 2, Rosebug, as Junior will look to win another one today. This will be his first time back aboard this filly since the start of her career. And boy, was she game last time out. As do note that the main track has now been sealed. We'll see if that might help the likes of Chi-Town Lady.
Yeah.
With that being said, Rosebug, incredibly game to get the win off the bench last out.
Yeah, this filly has gotten Lasix in her last 2 starts and just completely turned around. I mean, her figures, you want to go by her speed figure, she's run 18 points than her fastest one she's ever run, 16 points, excuse me, back-to-back races. And she was game, too, I thought. Very, very game. So, you can't argue that they're betting her as the second choice as the rain's starting to come down.
Yes, as the, again, main track has been sealed. Trainer Bill Mott sends out Rosebud. We talked a little bit about his Cody's Wish, but he's got some strength in the shed row this year, Paul, as he also had a little bit earlier in the day and very impressive performance in the True North with Elite Power, opting to not run this horse in the Met Mile, keep him and Cody's Wish separate. It paid off because he got 2 big graded stakes victories on the day, but this is your sprint champion. He's always had those little quirks with his head kind of turned out, but boy, has he gotten good for Bill lately.
He's just winking at the fans, I think, the way he runs. Honestly, I was talking to a couple of my buddies, and they said they should just do a match race, the Elite Power against Cody's Wish, and see who would win, but my goodness. He's turned into something special. And he's the type of horse, you can see he was kind of washed out, but he's like that a little bit. Yeah, he's typical of him. He likes to get a little warmed up. Bill always said that he needs to get going a little bit, and that helps him out. And listen, he's traveled too. I mean, went over to Saudi. He's gone over a lot of different places and just has kept his form. That's the crazy part about the Mott horses. You know, Cody's Wish, this many in a row. Elite Power, this many in a row. At the one time, Olympia, that many in a row. I mean, he's got a filly like could not be more excited about Cecilia to close Hatch's filly. My goodness, that filly could be anything. So, yeah, he's loaded.
That's now 7 in a row for Elite Power, including the Breeders' Cup and the Dirt Sprint in Saudi Arabia. Pretty incredible, given what he's been able to string together and how he's been doing lately. Back to this third race. We'll see if this could be a prep for potentially Rosebud and Chi-Town Lady to move on to a race like the Ballerina. A little bit of a delay back in the paddock as, again, the tractors were just out behind us here sealing the track. So they can't head out until those tractors finish. They're on the first turn now, Paul, sealing the track, expecting more rain throughout the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, and as of right now, the rain has stopped. I don't think we've had enough of a downpour to take at least the 5th race off the turf as it is right now. We'll see what happens throughout the car, but not enough rain yet, I would think, to take the races off the turf. And you can even see they still have it labeled as firm.
Right, and we'll see what happens as far as the carded turf races a little bit later on. But again, a little bit of a delay back in the paddock, waiting for the tractors to finish their job out on the track, sealing the racetrack here. Still fast, but sealed in preparation for some of the weather expected throughout the rest of the day. As we'll see how this race does play out. Joelle Rosario going to be aboard Chi-Town Lady. There she is, a Grade 1 winner. Let's go to Hot Fudge to the outside. First, before we do that, though, we'll take a look at the jockey standings, as it's been a little bit of an interesting race, no surprise, between the Ortiz brothers, Jose Ortiz, who just came out firing, and then Belmont Stakes weekend when Arad Ortiz passed his brother. He's still 2 ahead, and they have a pretty clear lead against the rest of the colony.
Yeah, they really do. Oh, my goodness. Jose's had a tremendous meet, but Irad he's just one of those guys that is relentless. And then you could say, well, Javier Castellanos, what, like 7th or 8th? He's been a little bit more quality over quantity, I guess.
Hey, when you win the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont in 1 year, I think each of those counts for like 10, 15 wins, you know, of other races. Yeah, pretty incredible. But there's Jose Lezcano, who'll be aboard Hot Fudge. I know you had a little interest in this filly. First, though, Hot Fudge Sunday fan?
Oh, 100%.
With whipped cream and a cherry?
Yeah. I mean, you know, they kind of took away a lot of those ice cream parlors, you know, where you used to go in and if you could eat the earthquake, you'd be able to get it for free, like 99 scoops of ice cream. But they took that away because everybody wants to be skinny. Come on.
Great ice cream place in Saratoga. Dairy House, have you been?
Oh.
So good.
Very good.
Really good.
Very well. I would recommend.
Good quality.
Yes.
Yeah, out near like Wishing Well and Nove if you're going out that way. Yeah, really, really good.
I still like a little dip cone at,
I do too.
DQ.
I do
nothing
too.
wrong with that.
I love that. Hey, I had a Mr. Softy truck at my wedding, so.
Wow, that's power.
Yeah.
The only other one I've ever seen is, I want to say, Dan Blacker In-N-Out truck at their wedding.
Oh, that's fun. That's fun.
Well done.
Yeah, that's fun.
yeah.
You know, it was in Florida, but we still had a Mr. Softy truck. So everybody knows if you live in New York, when the Mr. Softy truck comes out, that it's springtime.
Yeah.
Like, that's the unofficial start of spring, summer is when the Mr. Softy truck comes
That
out.
is.
Yeah, but the people were fantastic. They have a truck down in Florida, and they drove it right up the outside of the venue, and that was like the late night snack for everybody, which is fun.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, I love a good ice cream.
Sobers
So
everybody
anyway,
up too at the end of the night. It
that-
does.
Yeah, that's
Honestly,
the hope.
yeah.
That's the plan. Yeah.
That's the hope.
Hot Fudge to the outside, back to the horse. Speaking of her, now she was drifting a little bit in her
Yes, she
last
was.
dirt race, but she was clear. She got the win over Pharaoh's Heart, who would come back to win in her next start.
Yeah, I mean, they tried the turf, and she had run well on the turf way back when, but she didn't have Lasix last time. Her 3 races with Lasix have been very good. So I don't know, because her number wasn't that bad.
We'll meet the field, starting things off with the daughter of Hat Trick, Mosienko.
Yeah, horse, now at the track, a little bit of moisture. This horse does like a little moisture on the track, 7-11 in the try.
Rosebug trying to make it 3 in a row for Bill Mott.
1 for 1 over a wet track. And this horse is in very good form.
Movie Moxie had a big win last out.
Yeah, big win last night. She's 6 now. Can she repeat that? If she can, she's a player.
Okay, Honey, a big price.
Yeah, this one from Amir Shockley and Eric Cancel. Really tough to get to.
Grade 1 winner, Chi-Town Lady.
Well, the sky's open for her, and she loves a wet track. She's 2 for 2 open.
And Hot Fudge to the outside for Linda Rice.
Yeah, I like this horse. Getting Lasix back on. First time over a wet surface. I'm not worried about that Liam's map. We get him Brown Song into Mischief on the bottom side. I just think getting back to the dirt, Linda, square price.
And to be fair, when she tried the turf again last time, it was in a salty turf sprint in the license fee behind Bubble Rock, who's in very good form. Poppy Flower came back to win a
Turned
stake
the
after
tables
that.
on Bubble-
I
Bubble
mean,
Rock,
it was a good bunch that she was
Yeah.
running against. Looks like the dirt's her preferred surface, as you see Jose Lascano aboard her. Hot Fudge, who will try to get back to the winner's circle. There's Movie Moxie with Jose Ortiz in the saddle. I think you brought up a good point. Now that she's at the age of 6, it's always tough to keep a horse in good form and to keep back-to-back wins coming together, especially as they start to get older.
Yeah. And she's 0 for 9 at the distance. She looks great. I mean,
Yeah, she does.
she's framing up very nicely. It's just whether she's fast enough to beat this group. She has 4 races over a wet surface. She does have 2 second-place finishes, although it's still labeled fast as we speak right now.
Right. So what they do when they seal it, you can kind of see as the tractors come around, almost kind of packs it down to prevent really a lot of water seeping into it when the heavier rains come. Some horses skip over that surface a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see how they handle it. For more, let's go to Richie trackside.
Well, you guys were talking ice cream, so we're going to start with Hot Fudge. And my apologies to the Good Humor Man from many years ago in Brooklyn. One kid would have enough money to get an ice cream, and then the rest of us would be pilfering those trap doors from the other side. If he saw us and ran around that side, then he was in trouble from the kids on the other side. So my apologies if that Good Humor Man is out there. We were just Brooklyn hoodlums, so I apologize. But Hot Fudge, the horse, could play out to be the speed of the speed here. And I do think that if she is able to get comfortable, she could take this field a long way. They got a real hard seal on this track. The wind is picked up. The rain's starting to really pick up. And I think before too long, we're going to have a pretty steady downfall here. The 3-horse Movie Moxie really elevated on the racetrack to me. I love the way she framed up. It's so important when you see a horse kind of bow their head, get so balanced, and really move the way she's moving. And if some pace is on here, she's going to be the beneficiary. Hot Fudge, also from the Linda Rice barn. Kind of, to me, complementing styles here. And that brings me to the one, Mosienko. She'll be my top selection. I think 7 to 1's too big a price for her. I think she likes some moisture in the track, even though it's not a lot yet. We got the seal, but she touted herself. This is when she runs well, when her coat looks like this. She's got that rich, hydrated look. She's got an inside post with an apprentice, Jason Hueyas, who would, I think, have to be aggressive from the rail. I think it kind of simplifies things. So it's all about Mosienko. I'm looking for her to shoot and score.
I'm naming a new series called Mig's Trackside Confessions.
I love it. I mean, going around the corner and sneaking some Choco Tacos. There's like no chance of me not getting some type of ice cream tonight. My goodness.
I'm sorry, Paul. Race 3 coming up next. There goes Chi-Town Lady, the Grade 1 winner. Again, main track fast and sealed now for this third race. We'll send it up to John and Brielle for the call.
Number 6, Hot Fudge, goes in. And we're good to go for race number 3. And they're off. And from the outside, it is Hot Fudge out first. Rosebug down at the rail runs in second. Mosienko is now moving up and takes third. OK Honey is in fourth, followed by Movie Moxie. Chi-Town Lady is the trailer in sixth as the field moves up the fast and sealed track. Hot Fudge leads by a length and a quarter. Rosebug is second by a half length. Mosienko has moved to the outside and is in third. Then Movie Moxie, the quarter, 24 seconds. 2.5 lengths back to OK Honey, 2.5 more to Chi-Town Lady. It's Hot Fudge who has the lead here by a length, with Rosebug and Mosienko heads apart second and third. Movie Moxie next in fourth, break of 4. OK Honey and Chi-Town Lady continues to trail, now moving up just a bit down towards the rail. It is still Hot Fudge around the half and 47 and 4. Hot Fudge now by a length and a half as Rosebug switches to the inside. Hot Fudge going a bit wide there at the top of the stretch. Room on the inside for Rosebug and for Movie Moxie. They're both coming on through. It is a Hot Fudge who has the lead. Rosebug up to challenge now. Movie Moxie in third, then Mosienko and Chi-Town Lady a 16th out. It is Hot Fudge who has the lead, maintaining the lead, had it from the start, and she's going to win it here under Jose Lezcano. Rosebug held second, Chi-Town Lady third.
Hot Fudge, the hunch bet, if there ever was one, with all that ice cream talk about Mr. Softy and good humor. Now, just like she did in her dirt race back, Paul, she was trying to get out a bit, but Jose Lezcano was ready for her.
He was, and you just don't know. We saw Maddie Oliver, I want to say, like last week, do an unbelievable job with that Scat Daddy colt, where she had to keep that horse sort of from not lugging out. And same thing here with, Jose, but at least he was clear enough, was not in anybody's path. And, Chi-Town Lady, that's Chi-Town Lady right there. I mean, she has to get out of the gate. She leaves way too much to do. And she got a little bit of a wet surface, which she loves, but she just closes up for second. Hot Fudge, much the best.
Just kind of feels like Chi-Town Lady might have been just very lucky to win on that day in the Grade 1 test. And, kind of what she did last time, what she did today, that's kind of who she is. She's very far back, and sometimes she gets there, but not always.
Yeah, you're right. And you look at some of the names, you see Goodnight Olive, and you kind of get a little bit fooled. And like I said, you made a great point. Hot Fudge was lugging out on the dirt, but that last race on the turf, it muddied up the form, and you got 4-1. But like you said, this horse ran against Bubba Rock and Poppy Flower, who came back to run 1-2 in their next race.
Yeah, very good horses she was facing on the turf. She's obviously good on the dirt as well, able to get the win here under Jose Lezcano, who was able to keep her in a straight course. Ducking for cover, Linda Rice. Hot Fudge getting the victory today, 4-1. 8-5 on the number 2, Rosebug. She was just second best in here, but Hot Fudge maybe a little bit of a tricky horse to ride, Richie, but clear to pick up another victory.
Yeah, she is tricky to ride, and listen, the pace was very, very soft. She got so comfortable on the lead, but she was trying to get out the entirety of the turn and into the stretch with Jose Ortiz, and he did a great job. It's such a fine line. You have to correct them. You don't want them bolting to the outside rail, but at the same time, you're trying to allow her to go forward. You can see, you look back to the inside, that big white face really demonstrates how much she turned her head back to the inside. And, listen, these riders are just so strong, and these horses are 1,000 pounds. They got minds of their own. And the fact that he was able to kind of walk that tightrope, if you will, guys, allowing her to go forward and drift enough to get clear so he wouldn't bother anybody, and at the same time keeping her straight enough where she didn't go to try to leave the race course. Now, even in the stretch, you know, he got her over to her right lead. She still wasn't completely comfortable to ride. He kept having to correct her. Keep watching the way he's going to go to the right-hand crop, but now he's going to break his hold on the inside, pulling that horse back, straightening her, correcting her. She ran big. Chi-Town Lady ran really good with no pace, but this was a nice effort from Hot Fudge.
Richie, thank you. Yeah, you can see in this great shot here the way there's kind of tracks on the racetrack already from the tractors. You can see how many paths she drifted out. Jose Lezcano taking a peek behind him at one point, Paul, to make sure that he was clear, and he was as she was giving him a bit of a tough time.
Well, Richie made a great point. He pushed away from the two so he could get clear, knowing he was lugging out. Great stuff there by Mig. Great stuff by Jose Lezcano. Liam's Map filly out of Into Mischief mare, Noel's Mischief, KEM Stables, congratulations. $10.60. That pick 3, $19.80. And if you had the winner in race number 1, who was your heavy favorite, hopefully you're alive in this pick 5.
Yeah, hopefully so. Hot Fudge, as you said, all the money was coming in on Chi-Town Lady as a result. So you got a little bit of a price on Hot Fudge. Her rider, Jose Lezcano, standing by with Richie.
Yeah, my apologies first off. Jose Ortiz was on the other Linda ice. This was Jose Lezcano, who's been riding so well. Jose, she's a little difficult to ride, trying to bear out.
Well, she broke very sharp, you know what I mean? And I tried to bring it to a rear. I don't know, she's looking at rear. I don't think she want to be over there. And she kind of logging out a little bit, but she run hard the whole way around.
Jose, you've been riding so well, and it's not an easy thing to come off an injury the way you did and jump right back in like you never missed a day. How you been feeling?
I've been feeling very good, you know what I mean? I'm a little tight my shoulder last week for the last spell I got last Sunday, but I'm feeling very good.
Well, you're riding great, and keep it up. Guys, he's just so tough. I mean, tough spill the other day, bounces right back, rides the rest of his mounts. I can't say enough about that Warriors mentality and just how proud I am of Jose.
He is so tough, Richie. Congratulations, Jose, on another win here. As Richie mentioned, had that injury with his hand, and Richie's talked about it. I mean, he came back so much faster than a lot of people anticipated. He was working horses in the morning, and he came back with those relationships intact, too, and was able to get back on horses very quick.
And he's just not an animated person. He's just so quiet and just gets the job done. He is a workman-like rider. He brings his lunch pail. He's the kind of guy, if he was on my baseball team, I would take him every day, all day. He's just consistent as can be, and he's been consistent for so many years. He's good on the turf. He's good everywhere. And before Jose's done, I want him to get a classic. I really do. I really do.
He shows up to work, as you said, in the toughest colony here, and maybe without as much fanfare, gets the job done time and time again, picking up a nice win there in the third with Hot Fudge. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll bring you that very special story. We mentioned success on the backstretch and a very bright future. All that and more coming up after this on America's Day at the Races.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes, won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Here at the racetrack, the backstretch workers and those men and women that come to the track each and every day to make horse racing possible are really the backbone of this industry. We have a very special story here to show the success of one young lady whose parents are backstretch workers as she truly is living their American dream.
My name is Sochi Solorio. I will be attending Northeastern University this fall. And right now we are currently in a barn where my parents work, actually. My parents work very hard, like way harder than I have ever in my life. I give them props because I don't think I could do this every single day. And they do it for my brother and I. So honestly, I'm very proud of them because like everyone talks about me and what I'm doing. People should be talking about them. They're really the stars of the show. They would take me to Anna House around 4:30 in the morning. I stayed there until I was maybe 5. Then I went to kindergarten. I feel like I've been just very academically oriented since like the get-go. I've always liked school. When it comes to the calculus and all like the hard courses, I feel like the thrill and also the challenge it like presents is honestly something I really like. When I found out that Northeastern has combined major programs, and I saw that one of their combined majors programs was civil engineering and architectural studies, it was like the best thing in the world. I've never been so happy because not only did I get into my dream school, I could afford my dream school. With all the different types of scholarships that they offered me and then everything, it was just amazing. When it comes to my parents, they've honestly like presented a very strong base for me, showing me what dedication and hard work truly is and showing me the importance of it and what could potentially come out. They've always told me that I should go to school.
Como mamá de Sochi, yo estoy muy orgullosa de mi hija, mucho, porque mi hija se ha esforzado mucho en trabajar en la escuela.
It's very heartwarming when they say, "Oh, I'm proud of you." It's like a sense of an accomplishment, bigger than any other accomplishment in my life. Honestly, bigger than like getting into school and getting a full ride. Just them saying that I'm proud of you.
Para nosotros, Xochitl, pues estamos muy orgullosos de ella, de lo que ha conseguido ella.
My parents didn't go because of the cost of school and also the fact that they were looking for work and they ended up here and they came to the U.S. for a better life. I'm extremely proud of them with everything that they do, and I honestly couldn't have done any of this without their support and overall just like their grit within life. And they've definitely set up a really good example for my brother and I hope to live up to not only my dreams but also theirs.
That story so much. You can see the pride of Sochi's parents and well-deserved. It's just great to see that young lady living her dreams and the dreams of her parents.
Very polished young lady too, appreciating what her parents have done for her and what it's brought to her as well, coming over to this country. Phenomenal piece, well done. Well done in the truck.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So great to have a chance to highlight that success. We are stepping away from FS2 for the time being. We'll be back on FS2 at 4:45. Our show continues on YouTube.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, now making his mark as a sire. With Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in his first crop, along with Grade 3 winner Hidden Connection, and stakes winners The Alice Look, and Implicated in his second. With a full book bred last year, there is more quality in the pipeline. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey.
McKinsey in a dominant performance.
200,000. 275, medium 275,000. 75, duplicate 75, 275,000. 250, I'm Ralph now, 250,000. Here, duplicate 2, bit $200,000.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore Resorts World.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, continuing here on YouTube and Naira Bets. You know, Paul's always wanted to be a YouTube star, so now's your chance.
Oh, thought about it.
You're gonna start doing some TikTok dances?
Well, I started on TikTok a little bit, and then again, it's just like, it's almost like Facebook for me. Just people find me out of the blue that I don't really want to conversate with.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Horses in the paddock for this fourth race coming up. The rain coming down here, too. We heard a little bit of thunder as see horses in the saddle. The number 5, or getting their saddles on. The number 5, Truculent, is first off the claim for Linda Rice. First off the reclaim, I should say. But it is interesting, as he got the win here in March, and then Linda Rice goes back in to claim him again, and she's certainly not afraid of the entry box, and we haven't seen him since March.
No, we haven't, and he won by his chinny chin chin here. I mean, he's kind of idles a little bit on the front end. And it took the drop all the way down to 10. You know, Linda had this horse. He kind of fought back, actually. Linda had this horse when this horse was for 40. This horse has been in Michael Maker's barn, John Cox's barn. Linda had the horse for 40. Then Gustavo Rodriguez picked the horse up for 20. Then he dropped the horse. Linda took the horse for 10. So then the horse got taken back for 10. So Linda's reclaimed this horse twice now. So I think 10,000 is the magic level, and he's the one to beat by far.
Yeah, pretty interesting that she has gone back in a couple times for somebody that's sharp with claiming horses. That's something I always look at. But as you said, the fact that he just got up to win last time and the fact that we haven't seen him since March. A couple of questions he has to answer today. There's number 2, Higher Quality. First off the claim here, and should be noted, trainer Jamie Begg is deputizing for Rob Atras while he's on suspension, as this horse will look to make it 2 victories in a row, non-winners of 3 condition last time out.
Yeah, good win last time with Jose Ortiz aboard. Jose goes to Truculent, and you see Manny Franco. He will be aboard Higher Quality for Mr. Dub. And this horse will drop to the $10,000 level, right? If I'm not
yeah,
mistaken.
he's facing
Is that
Open
a wrong
Company
thing?
for
Does
the
it say
first
4,000 on 3 on the form?
14. Yeah, 14.
Oh, I put... Sorry, my pen went over the 1. I was wondering what was going on there. We don't run 4,000
so
on
many
3.
scribbles on this racing
Yeah,
form
well,
over
I'm looking,
there.
I'm like, wait a second, 4,000 on 3, that's Finger Lakes. What's going on here?
No, 14,000. So he's facing Open for the first time.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, facing Open for the first time. You know, the 2... I don't know what to do with the 2, put it that way. The horse comes off, I like horses that win by open lengths. As you see the 4 Royal Realm, Andy likes this horse a little bit. This horse was voided claim, 3 back, lost to Truculent by 30 lengths. So he's going to have to turn it around big time. He's gotten off to some slow starts. If he can get back to some of his older form, and you know what? One of his better races was over a wet surface.
Yeah, maybe that'll help him today. This one for Gary Siaka, off slow last time out. He seems to run better Royal Realm when he is able to be forwardly placed, when he's able to get out of the gate a little bit better, kind of be in that stalking spot. Recently, he's been off slow, and I think that that's really put him against it. Hope that Trevor McCarthy is a little bit more aggressive with him today.
Yeah. He just has not done any running in. Somebody dropped in for the claim, and it got voided.
Yeah.
And then since that, you know, the horse hasn't completely been dismissed at the window. Last time was 8-1 in an 8-horse field. But you're right, maybe Getting back to Belmont might hurt. You see Trevor McCarthy. He's talking it over.
Trevor's been going up to Saratoga each week. He's very animated as far as the storytelling right now. But he's been going up to Saratoga each week, working horses up there, and his off days too. He's working hard, putting in the miles.
Yeah,
We were talking about the drive back and forth to Saratoga. We were commiserating, Trevor and I.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Was it a poor me, or was it like, it's
No.
fun driving 3.5 hours all the time?
No, it was more like it's not so bad until you get to the Throgs Neck or the Whitestone Bridge. Whichever one you take, they're both awful.
I tell you what, he's working that gum, though.
But yeah, I take 95 to Connecticut though. But yeah, it's when you get to the bridges coming from Saratoga. Yeah, that's when it's bad.
It's a flip the coin, the sign of the cross, and say no traffic, please.
I know it's never the case. And then the Cross Island's always backed up.
Yeah.
It's fine on 87 when you're coming down from Saratoga. It's as soon as you get close to the city.
Yeah.
I just wish that they would blow up the Throgs Neck and start over. The right lane is always closed.
It's been closed for 15 years. It's so right.
I know. Just blow it up and start over. That's what I say. Anyway, horses in the paddock for this fourth race. Truculent is a 4-5 as they get the call for riders up. They'll get the call for riders up inside, given some of that wet weather, the rain coming down now. It still says fast and sealed, and they did seal the racetrack to keep a lot of that moisture out before things really started getting wet around here.
I just picture Acacia when it does get blown up, her like on top of the dynamite, pushing it down.
I would love that. I would love that. Great. Yeah, I would love that. I remember there was an old, in New Haven, I want to say it was an old stadium that they blew up, and they made like a parking garage in New Haven, Connecticut, but I can't remember what it was. It was an old building downtown, and there was a contest to be the one to push the button, to blow it up, basically. Yeah. And at the time, I was like, why would you want to do that? But now I understand, because I would gladly sign up to do that, to blow up the Throgs Neck Bridge. But that would mean that traffic's really bad on the Whitestone for a while they're building. But you just hope it's creating a better future.
Yeah.
Paul's looking at me like I'm crazy here. If you spend time on the Throgs Neck Bridge, you know what I'm talking about.
Can we vote on which bridge? I vote for the George Washington, but
no. Oh, no. I've never had good experiences.
On the George Washington?
Yeah.
No one has.
No.
Don't go upstairs or downstairs.
I know.
There's no middle stairs.
There's no middle stairs. You just need to fly over.
Yeah.
And pick up your car on the other
Get
side.
Uber Chopper.
That'd be nice. Even money on the number 5, Truculent, trying to make it 2 wins in a row, coming back here off a little bit of a freshening since March as well. We have a pick 4 kicking off here. Again, note some of the rain coming down here. Again, the track has been sealed. Do you feel like there are some other alternatives, Paul, to go around Truculent? He does have early speed, although he does have, as we mentioned, a few questions to answer today.
Well, you mean, you do get Jorge Pineo on the 6, Alcools, but Alcools is, I thought, a player here, the 6. Does possess a little bit of early speed, and Jorge's been on before. And now that the track's wet, this horse is 4 for 6 in the exacta.
We'll meet the field, starting things off with the number 2, Higher Quality, who is being pretty naughty out there on the track. Manny Franco, great horseman, to be able to sit one like that, that's being really tricky.
Yeah, he is. Maybe he's liking the wet a little bit. There's the 3, Forever Wicked for Randy Persuade and Joey Martinez.
Big price on the board right now, 21-1. Here's Royal Realm.
Yeah, for Trevor McCarthy. The horse does have 2 wins on the racetrack, so you're getting 7-1, getting bet a little bit.
Al Cools, he has known to be forwardly placed.
Yeah, Al Cools. And
well, it's Truculent.
Yeah, Truculent. Well, Truculent's the one to beat, obviously, with Jose. There's Al Cools. Yeah, I would think forwardly placed. And like I said, the rain came down maybe at the right time for Al Cools. He has 2 wins over a wet surface.
He does indeed. See if he can pick up another one here. There's the 7, Musical Heart, another one that could potentially be forward.
Yeah, you know, the 2 races back at this level was not awful. You know, third by about 7.5, so it needs to improve a little bit.
And big price on the board, Mucho Sunshine.
And there you go, Elijah Greenidge there from Barbados coming in to ride. He's had about 14 rides so far this year, 26-1. you know, when they come from Barbados, they don't get the bug.
Yep.
So they got to ride at 120.
Yeah. See, you picked up a big victory here at Belmont a few weeks ago. Want to remind everybody you can play all of the action with Naira Bets. Sign up, get started, use promo code MATCH200 and get up to your bonus 200, excuse me, promo code bonus 200. That's an old promo code to get up to $200 deposit match bonus. Details at nairabets.com. Check out the app today. My friend texted me and said, don't get in trouble for terrorist threats of wanting to blow up the Throg's neck. I just meant that I wanted to start over, so I wanted to clarify that.
We were kidding. We were kidding around.
Absolutely. On that note, let's check in trackside with Richie for the fourth.
Completely understand the sentiment. I have spent my time on the Throg's Neck Bridge. And another trackside confession, I'm scared of two things, bridges and lightning. So I'm out here in the lightning. And when I go on bridges, I always used to go in the bottom level of like the Verrazano or the George Washington until Harry Rice told me, yeah, but if you're on the top one and the road gives way, you'll land on the bottom one. So now I'm stuck. I'm not happy up top. I'm not happy on the bottom. I don't like bridges. That being said, let's talk horses. I do like the two higher quality. I like the way he warmed up. I know he was a little bit naughty coming out on the track. Manny Franco did a really good job. These riders are just such good horse people in general. I don't think they get enough credit for that. To be able to sit one riding with short stirrups, it speaks of leg strength and balance. Higher quality comes off a nice effort. I think he's well placed here, and I think he'll be tough to beat. He is my top selection. Let's go. My notes are all wet, guys, so just bear with me. The 6, Al Cools, I think he's going to lead them a long way. He should be in front. I think the mile and a 16th stretching him to his outer limits, but I also like the way he warmed up, and I do expect him to be forward here. And the 7 horse I thought was kind of interesting, Musical Heart. Now, this horse is recent form. He's really tailed off, but look at his wet track races. 7 starts on wet tracks, 2 wins, 3 seconds, 2/3. I mean, you're going back a ways all the way to February 21 when he was in Stakes Company. He has tailed off, but maybe the wet surface wakes him up a little bit, guys.
We'll see how he handles it today. Richie, thank you. Loading in for race number 4. I love that the trackside confessions are continuing. It could be a series we continue with on this show. Race 4, mile and a 16th on the main track. Again, sealed here with some of the rain coming down. We'll send it up to John Brielle for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Mucho Sunshine and Al Cools. Al Cools grabs the lead. Mucho Sunshine and Truculent are second and third. And then comes Musical Heart next in fourth. Higher quality on the inside in fifth. Then comes a Royal Realm and a break of 5 back to Forever Wicked, who trails the field in 7th. Al Cools leads here by a length. Mucho Sunshine is in second. Musical Heart advancing on the outside from third. A little tough to handle there, Musical Heart. Down at the rail is a Truculent, the favorite. And right alongside on his outside is For Higher Quality. The quarter went in 23 and 4 over the fast and sealed track, with Al Cools maintaining the lead here. Al Cools by 2. And then it's Musical Heart and Mucho Sunshine, with Musical Heart taking second. Mucho Sunshine down at the rail in third. Higher Quality on the outside is fourth. Truculent is fifth, more than 5 lengths from the lead. Then comes a Royal Realm and a farther back Forever Wicked. All chasing Al Cools around the half and 47 and 1. Al Cools half length. Musical Heart in second. Higher Quality continuing to advance. And now Truculent is on the move from a fourth as Mucho Sunshine drops out of it. 3/4 in 1:12. Al Cools still the leader. Higher Quality ranges up now on the outside. Musical Heart is back in third. And then Truculent as they come through the stretch. It is Al Cools trying to hold off Higher Quality and Truculent out in the middle of the track. Al Cools, the leader here by 2. Higher Quality is all out on the outside and gaining ground. It is Al Cools and Higher Quality, and the two of them will come on down to the finish together, and it is, oh, it's very tight. That's a Friday photo finish. Was it Al Cools or was it Higher Quality?
Al Cools and Higher Quality in a photo finish. Manny Franco with a strong, relentless drive on the outside with Higher Quality. Paul, do you think he got up?
My first glance was that I got ripped. I used the 6 Al Cools, and, you know, I have the 2 as well, but fast motion, I thought the 2 got there on the last bob. I'm usually good at these things, but the 6, yeah, the 2 won the race.
Yeah, he got the bob.
Yeah.
He did. Manny Franco, you can see his athleticism, just how flat he was in the saddle, and that seemed to make the difference at the right time on the outside. The number 2, Higher Quality.
Oh, good call by Mig. Listen, he said, and the race changed with the rain because Al Cools loves the surface. Jorge Pineo did all he could do.
He did?
He did. He went right-handed. He went left-handed. He got his horse to see, but you're right. Manny Franco refused to give up, and when you win the race by a nose, you, for 1 second, take off and give up. You lose the race. You could see Jorge Pineo's riding the 6 with everything he's got. He's trying to get this horse to the wire. No complaints on the ride at all. He just got out-bobbed. One more jump back, the 6 wins the race, you know, so unlucky if you had the 6, but again, the 2 Higher Quality was kind of wide most of the way, had to make a wide move. Truculent just didn't fire.
No, it wasn't as forward as we anticipated either. He was kind of in that off the pace type, and then he didn't really kick on afterwards either. Yeah, but this horse did. Manny Franco, he gets the assist, that's for sure. All that strength on display. Higher Quality with the win, 2-6, 5-7. And how about this reaction? Just can't beat it. Emotional victory in a historic Belmont Stakes for trainer Jenna Antonucci and jockey Javier Castellano.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
You're watching America's Day at the races. Be sure to check out all of the great work that the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance does as we see the Hall of Fame up on the second floor with all of the previous Belmont Stakes winners. Some pretty cool photos up there. Saw Secretariat.
Yeah, victory gallop too there.
Yeah. Manny Franco into the winner's circle with Higher Quality in race 4. Manny is standing by with Richie.
A little bit, but Manny, you are so physically strong, and I really have fun watching you ride and finish on horses. But it's different than when I was riding because you're limited with the number of times you can use the crop. And I noticed you kind of turned your stick down with him.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for the
you like the way I ride. I mean, like you say, yeah, I was counting, and I say, man, I don't think I have an extra hit, so I just went to my, I put my stick down and I start, driving him, and that's what I did, and I'm glad we got it done.
It was really close. Did you think you got up?
In the bob, I think the ball is on my side, so I say maybe in the bob, but it was close.
It was really close. Manny, you're such a good athlete in general. I mean, anybody watch you play in the basketball game up in Saratoga, but you wanted to be a baseball player. We got Paul LaDuca on the set, 4-time All-Star. What was your position?
I love to play shortstop, and yeah, like you say, when I was in Puerto Rico, I played baseball and then became a Milwaukee, but that's I like a lot to play baseball.
And how was your hitting?
I was fine. No, not like Paul, but I was fine.
Well, guys, here's an athlete. He's so strong in the finish, and I really appreciate and admire watching riders finish the way Manny rides.
So strong, so much athleticism. We need a little game of baseball up at the spa with you as catcher, Manny as shortstop.
It's pretty crazy because the Ortiz brothers are giant Met fans, and I got to take Jose and Irad to go see Jose Reyes, who's their favorite player. No exaggeration. I want to say either Jose or Irad, they had sent me, their first glove was of Jose Reyes, the blue and orange glove. So we're walking out of Saratoga. I said, hey, when are we going to go to the batting cages? And Manny and both the Ortiz brothers looked over at Manny Franco and goes, that's the one you need to take to the batting cage. So they all know that he was legit. And I've heard from a couple scouts that he was going to get drafted as a shortstop. And it was a really good, so it just shows you, like Mick said, he's a tremendous athlete. And if you watch that replay at the end, the last 4 or 5 strides, like Mick said, he put the stick away and went to his right hand and went with both hands, and that's what got the horse home.
Yeah, the strength on full display from jockey Manny Franco, getting higher quality to the winner's circle, the difference maker for sure. $6.10 winner over Al Cools. Jorge Pinejo doing things right, just not able to hold off the sheer will of Manny Franco on the outside, really winning by a nose there, half ahead, if that, coming down to the line. As we turn our attention to race 5, again with the rain coming down, the main track now listed as muddy and sealed. We are still on the turf. They're listed as firm as of now. Of course, there's going to be a little bit of cut in it, but this 5th race on the turf as of now, 1 1/8 on the inner turf for the fillies and mares. Skims currently the favorite. We'll talk more about this 5th race in a moment. But this weekend we saw something truly special and remarkable as young horse girls all over the world looked at the Belmont Stakes and said it really is possible. Trainer Jenna Antonucci becoming the first female trainer to win a Triple Crown race and takes us along for the journey.
We are at the beautiful Belmont Park in Elmont, New York, and it is the 3rd jewel of the Triple Crown for Belmont Stakes Day. Just like in a groove right now. Got past morning, horse went out for a little stretch of the legs, and now we're just kind of riding the day. I'd like to say my hard work is done at this point. I just have to put a saddle on him, which could be hard work. He's just a big adolescent. He loves to have fun. He is a kid that we have to give him his breathing room to be that kid, because he has to be serious when he's out there. I'm not a very good woman-forward person. I'm gonna bust my butt at whatever I'm doing, no matter my gender. And so I've said often, we may have to do it twice as good for twice as long to get half the credit. But if you're quantifying your success on other people's approval, you're gonna fall short in so many things in life. I will be the benefactor of my horse showing up and running a huge race and Javier having a great ride, and I will be immensely grateful and appreciative of what that brings for me and as an accomplishment in my career. But I can't do any of this without the people and the team that we've built over the last decades, and that's what all of this is about. I love you. I'm proud of you. Thank you. Proud of you. Killing me, Smalls. I haven't cried all day. Well, maybe once this morning when I lost it, but Let me see your arm. Right here. Before every race, he has to bite somebody. And the bite this time was Giovanni, his groom, who's become his chew toy. This is Giovanni's mom. This is Rosie. When I lived in New York full-time racing up here, Rosie was my forewoman. And the assistant from County Kerry, Ireland. Look at that. Bringing up a Belmont horse. That's pretty cool.
Phone answerer.
Personal assistant / business partner. This is Katie Miranda, my business partner with Horseology. John Ebert, the owner of that guy right there, Arcangelo, and my fiance, Manny Martinez. Security's behind us, but Paul. Paul, we're walking out. Serious face. Serious face. Don't enjoy it at all. Serious face. Javier's going to sit a smart trip, and we've told him that. You know, I'm not going to be in his ear while he's out there. He's got to feel it, and I think this horse gives Javier a great feel and allows him to get into a nice cadence, and he's going to let things develop for him and make the best possible decisions out there that he can, and God willing, we end up in front of the wire. Let's go kick some ass. Good boy.
Today, Arcangelo is 5th. Surrounded by horses is Forte. He's 6th.
112 and 3.
Adam Hardy!
Off the inside.
3 furlongs to go.
Go by him now. Yes! Yes! Go by him now. Come on, Hardy! Come on, buddy! Come on, buddy, run! Come on, Hardy! Pick him up! Oh my God. We just won Belmont Stakes. We just won the Belmont. We gotta go.
Who maybe didn't believe that this would happen.
Never give up. And if you can't find a seat at a table, make your own table. Build your team and never give up. You are seen, people see you. Just keep working your butt off.
The head of the table. That's your seat.
Thank
Congratulations,
you.
Jenna. Well done.
Thank you. Okay. Look what we did! I'm not crying if you're not crying.
We're all crying. Jenna, history was made in the 155th running of the Belmont Stakes. Big thanks to America's Best Racing for sharing that piece with us as Jenna Antonucci took us all along once again for a truly incredible day.
Pretty awesome. The best is the owner. Right after the race, you could read his lips. He said, they're going to make a movie about you. Awesome stuff.
We'll be right back. Stay with us for more on America's Day at the Races.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands, and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling, right, that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Valley Sports Southern California, we're glad to have you with us. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. A little bit of a rainy day it has turned into at Belmont Park this afternoon. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, Paul LaDuca, with me, Richard Migliori, downstairs, outfitted in his rain gear and ready to tackle the elements. Paul, as we started out with a sunny day, some of the rain has started. This upcoming 5th race, though, still on the turf as of now.
Yeah, as of now, we're on the turf. The track right now, still labeled. Now it's gone to muddy. It was fast and muddy. It looks like the rain might continue here a little bit. Now, we have not gotten a lot of rain here, especially in Elmont and around the surrounding areas in Nassau County. So I think the turf course can take a little bit. I don't know how much more. So right now, race number 5, and I would think they're going to make a decision after this race, Acacia, going into the late pick 5.
There's a look at Atomic Blonde. One thing about some of the rain coming down, it should not hurt her. Being a German-bred filly, she won on soft turf over in Italy. And if you look at races in Germany, their good or yielding is like a bog for us, typically.
Yeah, it would be called heavy or they wouldn't be running.
Right.
You know, it's one of those type of things where, you know, over in Europe and Germany, in Italy, when it rains, there's nowhere else to go. You run on the turf course. I can remember when I was a kid at Turf Paradise, they actually, when it would rain, they would move the dirt races to the turf.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so, you know, because, you know, it's able to handle it a little bit better. But you're right, the one has shown very good form on soft ground. So if the rain softened the ground up a little bit, it's to her advantage, yeah.
We'll see how these fillies handle it as we welcome in the third member of our team, Richard Migliori, here with us. Richie, your thoughts, this competitive 5th race?
Yeah, I don't know that we had enough rain, guys, to really impact the course very much. I was talking with Christophe Clement, and you know, he says, probably enough to knock the dust off of it. You know, the course has been playing pretty lively. I really like the one, Atomic Blonde, for all the reasons, Acacia, you talked about. This horse, you know, performed well in soft ground at San Siro. She's a German bred, but she's got that big flat foot, like I call it a platypus foot. I mean, she just really kind of looks the typical kind of turf horse. If you wanted to see confirmation for a turf horse, just put her picture in the dictionary. Love the inside draw for her. You get Joe Rosario. I like the turn back and distance for her too. I think she's going to be well placed here. She won't get too keen going the mile and 8th. And then the 5 skims. I mean, she looks terrific. Hall of Fame conditioner Shug McGahee comes out of a race with In Italian. She needs no introduction. In Italian, you know, probably the best turf female right now this year, and certain maybe the best miler in the country of either sex, and she looks great. So the 2 that stood out in the paddock are the 1, Atomic Blonde, Christophe Clement, future Hall of Famer, and Skims, Shug McGahee, current Hall of Famer.
And they're both 2-1 as of now. Richie, thank you. There's a look at the turf course. Still looking in pristine condition. And I think what Richie said is important, Paul, and you mentioned it, it's been pretty dry here in New York. We've seen some really quick times out on the turf course, and Richie's talked about the bounce that the turf has had because it has been very firm.
It has been. It's been a great turf course. It really has. Both of them have. I mean, that's the one thing about Belmont. Don't have an issue with our groundskeepers compared to a lot of other courses that were going really south, especially in Kentucky and obviously in Louisiana. It still blows my mind they put Bermuda in the Kentucky Bluegrass State on the turf. That blows my mind. But, you know, they had issues, and a lot of other, you know, jurisdictions had issues with their turf. No issues with the turf here at Belmont.
Yeah, terrific team in charge of all of that. There's Mise en Scène as this filly comes off of, this is her first race off of a bit of a layoff, and she reared up at the break, Paul, and really put herself behind the 8 ball there. And then she got keen on Tyler Gaffalione that day. She was very hard to handle, came flying late to finish second, but she did herself no favors at the beginning of the race.
No, she did. And, you know, Brendan Walsh's barn, I would say for the last 2 to 3 months, it's just been on fire. Now, she unleashes a nice little rally here after, you would think, Breaking Bad, fighting the rider a little bit. She wouldn't have much in the tank. She's kind of a little bit green still. You know, this is her 10th career start, so she's had some racing, but she's gone 1.25 miles over in Great Britain as well, so she's definitely a stayer. So I don't know, about 1.125 miles might be a little short. Maybe it will help her kick, but it was an impressive effort, especially after that start.
Yeah, and she has won over at Goodwood going 7 furlongs. But the big thing, I think, for her is that she just doesn't seem to break well. I mean, you even look in Europe at the Short Comet, ducked at start, swerved at start, dwelt. Last time she reared up at the break. She does herself no favors at the beginning of the race.
No, she doesn't. You know, they brought her over here a couple times. She lost to one of your favorite horses, Pizza Bianca, in the 2021 Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Then they brought her back in the filly and mare, and now they decided, you know what, let's leave her here with Brendan Walsh and see what happens. She got Lasix for the first time last time. And I wonder if that's, you know, helping her a little bit. Now, the 5 at 5-2, Skims.
I think by virtue of who she's been facing recently.
Where do you see her laying, though?
Yeah, that's a question. You know, she's had trouble at the gate in her last 2 starts as well. This is her win in the Sands Point back in October when she broke pretty well that day. But she was not out great, got bumped a little bit at the start, and then kind of got taken back. And she was a little keen in the Jenny Wiley last out.
Yeah, I mean, she got caught behind In Italian, and you heard what Mick said. Listen, In Italian's a special type of horse. She was in the American Oaks. She's danced a lot of dances. You can't argue with Skims' competition and who she's faced. She is a daughter of Frankel. And 2-1, I'm surprised that she's the favorite, though. I actually thought I think the one will be your favorite by post time, but I'm surprised she's your favorite right now. As another little bit of rain, or no?
No, I think it's just still drizzling, enough to be annoying, perhaps, but as Skims, I think maybe in large part why she's highlighted as your favorite is by virtue of the fact of who she's been facing recently. Yeah. 4th behind In Italian last time in the Jenny Wiley. I think that kind of sticks out, but I think she meets some tough competition in here. For me, I realize that she's run well. I just don't find her the most reliable filly.
Yeah, I can understand what you're saying. And then you got the 6 on the outside. Michael Maker picks this horse up. This horse has run sprint races for the last 9 times and now going to stretch out. He's the master at that.
We'll see how she does it. Here's the number 1, Atomic Blonde, to kick off the post parade.
Yeah, she'll get Lasix for the first time in her career after 2 really good efforts.
Both in graded stakes races. Here's Mise en Scène.
Yeah, we saw the replay. Needs to get out of the gate, needs to be a little bit more professional, but definitely a player.
This filly is speed. I still don't know how she got the bob last time, Canisi, in a tight photo.
It is crazy. When you go back and look at that, it looked like she lost by a head and she won that race. But she can control things too.
First time on the turf for Pharaoh's Heart.
Yeah, 20-length winner last time out. Now they're going to try the turf for Michelle Nevin here, a daughter of American Pharoah.
Skims coming out of that Jenny Wiley.
And we were talking about Skims, 3 for 11 over the turf. Needs to get that right trip, but is facing softer company.
And Star Divine, first time with Mike Maker is Larry Goichman has moved the majority of his horses to Mike Maker or Horacio de Paz, but the distance stretch out is definitely interesting with this one.
Yeah, you know, Mike is the kind of guy that does this. You know, this horse has been facing a lot of the big turf sprinters. You know, Caravel, we saw come back. Robin Sparkle, some fast horses. Bubba Rock, Poppy Flower. Now going to stretch out. This was Mike kind of does. You know, I don't know if this horse was sent to him or not, but I would think this horse is going to try to get to the front end and take him all the way around. This horse or Canisi, but I would think the 6 is a little bit faster than the 3.
You see the selections there. Jonathan Kinchin will be joining us at some point throughout the show. He's a big star. He's probably going to come on later, you know. Recently married. JK.
He got married?
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. We have a new series we're enjoying here called Richie's Trackside Confessions, and we're hearing that it's to continue in this 5th race.
Yeah, this one's mild, guys. You know, Paul was talking about Turf Paradise. I actually went to Turf Paradise once. I'm 1 for 1 there. I won a stake on a horse called Leonides for Vladimir Serin. And full disclosure, I rode 3 winners for Vladimir Serin the entire time I was in California. All 3 were stake races, 2 on Leonides and 1 on Student Council, the Pacific Classic. So not a bad, you know, streak with 1 trainer to have all stakes wins. But so that's my trackside confession here. I like Atomic Blonde, or we can call her Atomic Gray. I mean, she's a beautiful gray filly. I like everything I'm seeing from her. I love her post position. I like the turn back to the 1 1/8. I think she gets the right trip. You get Joel Rosario. I'm all about Atomic Blonde. I do think Skims is going to run well here. Just easier company. I like the way she warmed up. Johnny Velasquez, he came out. He was getting all wet, and I just said, repeat after me. I love my job.
That's what you got to think of, Richie, when this weather like this. Hot showers afterwards and can warm up on these wet days. It's the greatest game played outdoors, Paul, but that means you do have to tough it out with some weather sometimes.
Wow. Mig dropping some deep thoughts there by Jack Handy.
It's a little humble brag. I like it.
I love myself.
He's got the credentials to back it up, though.
That is true. You know, Gary Sheffield, and I'll leave this with you, was one of the best players I ever played, and he knew it. And he was the only guy that wore white shoes, and I remember somebody asked him, hey, Gary, why are you breaking out in the white shoes? Because I can.
I like it.
Some people just can. And Mig's one of them. Got 4,000 win. He can.
You can wear white shoes.
Yep.
Maybe today is not the day.
He's wearing.
But, well,
he brought out the Crocodile Dundee, so he already put out the statement.
All right. We'll got to get him some white shoes.
Yeah.
Loading in for the 5th race on the turf. Send it up to John and Brielle.
We're all set for race 5 and the start of the pick 6. And they're off. From the outside is Star Divine. Canisi came away well. Then comes a mise en scène as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. And Star Divine from that outside post has cleared the field and is in front by 2 lengths. Canisi and mise en scène right together 2nd and 3rd. Skims races in 4th as they go around the turn. It's almost 4 lengths back to the 2 trailers, the 2 grays, Atomic Blonde and Pharaoh's Heart. Opening quarter went in 25 and 1/5 seconds. So Star Divine takes the field up the backstretch, leads here by 2.5 lengths. Canisi is 2nd by a head. Mise en scène down at the rail next in 3rd. Then comes Skims in 4th. A break of 2. Back to Pharaoh's Heart and Atomic Blonde. They continue along with Star Divine still the leader. Canisi now getting closer on the outside. Half mile went in 51 and 1/5 seconds. Mise en scène sits just off the front 2 in 3rd, and then it is Skims who's getting closer now in 4th. Then comes Atomic Blonde and Pharaoh's Heart. And the field is going into the far turn. Star Divine by a 1/2 length. Canisi on the outside in 2nd. Mise en scène down at the rail next in 3rd. And then it is Skims in 4th. Atomic Blonde and Pharaoh's Heart. And now Mise en Scène comes on through down on the inside of Star Divine. Mise en Scène has taken the lead. Kanisi on the outside. Star Divine in between. So 3 of them across. Skims is now looking for a way through. Atomic Blonde switches to the far outside. Skims trying to split horses here in deep stretch. And here she comes now. Skims comes on through under Johnny Velasquez to take the lead. Then Kanisi and Atomic Blonde. And it is Skims, the winner here by 2.5 lengths. Atomic Blonde up for second, and Kanisi was third.
Skims coming out of Grade 1 Company, able to go between horses to get the victory here, Paul. Not the easiest trip for runner-up Atomic Blonde.
No, it wasn't. Atomic Blonde sort of got put behind the 8-ball. It actually almost hit the rail at the top of the lane, had to switch all the way outside, but take nothing away from Skims, who does split horses, very courageous, because the 3 got the jump in here. Kanisi, who actually rated very, very kindly today, a horse that really wants to get to the front end, and it looked like the 2 was going to make a run, but it was Skims and Atomic Blonde were the 2 that were making up the most ground, and they were round out the exact. Atomic Blonde, you could tell that Joel didn't know what to do if he was going to try to go up to the rail, and by that time, Skims had gotten to that spot that he may have wanted to, and the rail got shut off, so he had to go to the outside. But the 2 best mares ran 1-2 with fillies. Yeah.
Class of the field here, the 2 coming out of Graded Stakes Company, and the number 5 Skims after facing an Italian last time out. She got the jump, got the right kind of trip, but she was game too. Take nothing away from her going between horses. Number 5 Skims with the victory. We'll bring you prices and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well, as we see the path to the winner's circle in race 5. It was the number 5 Skims, who was incredibly game under Hall of Famer John Velasquez, coming between horses and coming out of Grade 1 Company to get the victory.
That winner's circle was just absolutely awesome with Michael Dubb in the back.
Michael Dubb is photo bombing.
Hold on.
He's going to come in
Come
soon.
on. Oh, darn.
Oh, no.
We got to keep it going.
Come on, guys.
I wish we could, if we could go back, but
Michael Dubb photo bombing in the back on the phone.
it's okay, Mitch. Mitch,
Yeah.
can you go back to where the winner's circle
Yeah.
was?
And Shug's assistant, Anthony, he had no more beard anymore.
Really?
Clean shaven Anthony
Yeah, that's
now.
one I didn't recognize him. I want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I know, Mitch. You're doing. It's
we
a
just
one.
asked for one thing.
You know, I just wanted to. I wanted to see the winner's circle things because I think we should have relay races between us.
Let's go to Richie.
I'm here with Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez, who delivered a Hall of Fame quality ride here on Skims. Johnny, you got first run on the runner-up Atomic Blonde, kind of beat him to the spot. And splitting horses like that, was that kind of your intention to get that inside-out trip?
You know, I rode her like that when she won, and at Aqueduct, you know, she was inside horses, between horses, and she kind of ran really well. I tried to go around the horses. She wanted to lean in top of the horses, so I was going to keep it covered up the best I can. And if the holes open up, I'm going to shoot through there. If, you know, I will try to go around. But the hole opened up, and when I squeezed it through there, she went there, though. She has so much talent, and she just doesn't know how to put it together. Believe it or not, she's run 3 or 4 times here, and she should have won the race in California. You know, she lugged in so bad, couldn't even pass the horse next to me. Just bad habits, really, though. You know, the talent is there. She just needs to figure it out.
Well, she really quickened it up in between horses. How's the ground out there with this little bit of rain?
It's a little soft, you know, but she loved it. Like I said, and she won in Aqueduct, just some kind of same kind of ground like that, and she didn't miss a bit, man. She was like through there like nothing happened. Typical European horse type of thing, you know.
Johnny, you've accomplished everything there is to accomplish. I mean, your resume is incredible. This year added a Preakness, which, you know, to me wasn't a glaring omission, but you got that done. What keeps you motivated to continue to give rides like this, splitting horses, that enthusiasm you ride with?
The fire is there, Richie, and then when you ride a horse like this, you know, and you have it planned in your head, and all of a sudden, you know, comes out, and that power in the interview, it sucks you right back in. The winning, being competitive, you know, being the so winning is everything. Obviously, when you ride horses like this, it just kind of, you know, keeps the fire going.
So it'd be fair to say you love your job.
I love my job.
Guys.
I love that. And there it is. There's the photo bomb. Michael Dove in the back on the phone.
I gotta love it. Where's Waldo? We gotta circle him. It's absolutely great.
Where's Waldo? Now, where's Anthony? Shook's assistant. He didn't even get in the photo because there's no more beard. I know, we had to search for him. Well, now they're kicking us off. No, I'm kidding. Our shift is up.
Well, listen.
Paul, this has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, we went from cats to bridges, a lot. We covered a lot.
Yeah, we covered a lot of ground
Yeah.
today. Yes, hope you enjoyed it. The next crew will likely be much more professional. Greg Wolf and Andy Serling coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. The Late Pick 5 kicking off from Belmont Park after this.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire.
Ms. Big Bucks will pull off the upset in the nightcap.
Her full brother Bucker 2 and Brennan's War score a War Dancer exacta.
Bucker 2 in front, Brennan's War on the outside. The two of them come on for the finish, and it is Bucker 2.
And New York Anthem kicks off the year going a perfect 2 for 2.
New York Anthem not going down without a fight.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands, and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Continue with live coverage of the Friday card from Belmont Park. It's brought to you in part by NYRA Bets, where you can play it all. Go to NYRABets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Take advantage of all those new sign-up offers. Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling stepping in for Acacia and Paul as we bring you what is still to come on this card. 15 minutes away from this late pick 5.
You're on a bit of a roll. You've had 2 straight winners from Talking Horses today. Now you're on the air. Now the pressure's really on, but you're back in your normal seat, so everything's fine.
I felt so strange and out of sorts in that chair. It's amazing how just a change, little change like that can throw you off.
It gave me a lot of power over you. I felt very powerful sitting in that chair. I really did.
Unfortunately, my best call of the day, it was a very short price. I thought Rosebud was a lock earlier, not to be.
Hot Fudge in good form, was able to control on the front end, thinks you're in well. We'll see what happens. Got some interesting racing coming up, and as of now, the rain has sort of passed us by, so that's good news.
So late pick 5 next, race 9, part of that sequence later today. And we have a couple of 3-year-old fillies that we discussed earlier on Talking Horses for Chad Brown, for George Weaver. We're probably going to take plenty of money just because they were on that trail to run in the Kentucky Oaks this year, among them Sacred Wish with that outside post with John Velasquez.
As a friend of mine used to call them, they're stake-faced. They've been running in some stakes. You look at Guns and Graces has been in some stakes, and I'll call her Guns and Roses, just give me time. And Sacred Wish out of both the Gulfstream Oaks and the Black-Eyed Susan. Now, I prefer Sacred Wish in here. This is her race 2 back at Gulfstream.
So this was, grade 2, Gulfstream Park Oaks. She would wind up second to Affirmative Lady. And then off this would go to the Black-Eyed Susan and just completely not fire at all.
She was
taken
down
up in the race.
She was down on the rail. The rail was not good that day at Pimlico. She got badly steadied on the backstretch, and it just seemed like, and I'm not suggesting she was going to win at any point, but she just was never in a very comfortable position in there. I believe she's better than that, but I don't disagree with you that Sunset Louise, because she's not stake-faced, is probably the one that's going to get lost a little bit in the shuffle and could easily win.
Don't you think, I mean, going back to Sacred Wish for a moment, doesn't she have the ability to be the quickest filly in this race, or probably most races she's in?
I think it'll come down to how aggressive Jose Ortiz is with this horse, Sunset Louise, because she's the one who maybe could keep her honest. But I think if he doesn't, then John Velasquez is going to find himself in front, and I believe she'll be tough to beat. But I don't discount Sunset Louise, and you see the sealed track, Greg, so a little bit of rain in a sealed track, assuming it's still sealed at that point, not going to hurt her.
Not at all. This was a 4-year-old comeback effort. It was at Belmont, at a mile, and just was dominant against this group on the front end. But I would think today she's not going to get that same kind of trip by herself.
Probably not, and the competition's obviously a little steeper, but you can't knock that effort. It's not as though it came out of nowhere.
No.
Jose Ortiz will ride there for Bruce Levine. That's a featured 9th on this card, mile and a 16th. And yeah, to this point, I actually love this weather. It's a little strange.
It is a little weird. We've got a nice little breeze, a little cool out here, but it's nice. And listen, we got a little rain. We could use some rain around here.
Yeah.
We have not been off the turf since that weekend, Preakness weekend. We haven't missed a turf race.
Oh, wow.
What's that?
Big one coming up on Saturday in the sprint division, and our reigning Filly and Mare Sprint champ and our ABR race of the week returning to New York at Goodnight Olive and trying to put those memories of that tough trip at that Derby City Distaff behind her.
No question about it. She'd won 7 straight races, including the Breeders' Cup and 2 other Grade 1s as well. She was locked in. I like the ride that Tyler Gaffalione gave Wicked Halo. He's not supposed to let horses out, any horses out, especially the favorite. He was race riding, and I think that's very, very fair. It's up to Irad Ortiz, who's always going to be the hunted when you're riding the champion, and I can't imagine they were thrilled with getting the rail, but I think they're supposed to learn the lesson and be more aggressive out of the gate, get some separation, get her into a better position.
Yeah, so that was what I was going to ask. They got to change what they do, right? Because now, I mean, down on the inside, this could happen all over again. Yeah,
I mean, this is obviously the Filly Mare Sprint, where she was able to get the nice, cozy outside trip in here and get it done, and beating 2 good horses, not just Wicked Halo, but also Echo Zulu. And there's no doubt she's a good one, but this is a 5-horse field where a case can be made for every horse in there. Beguine outside of her is the speed, and I think it's up to Irad to leave the gate aggressively enough to make them go fast enough that there's a little bit of separation so that he can ease her off the rail, because if they just go slowly and bunch the field up, he's going to find himself locked in again, though I think Belmont Park a little better for her in that regard than Churchill.
Yeah, just because of what happened to her last time, and obviously she had no issues there, as you talked about in that Filly and Mare Sprint, going to be maybe one of the most watched of rides all weekend long.
No, I think that's extremely fair, and the funny thing is that we'll show that race. Dr. B, who's also in this race, they may have been the 2 worst rides Irad's given in 5 years.
Contentious group. I mean, she reeled together 7 in a row. And if not for that trip, who knows what would have happened. Might still be talking about that streak.
And I think what's interesting about her is when she was running as a 3-year-old, she had won those 2 races, but she drifted badly. When she came back last year, she stopped drifting, and whatever her issues were, she seemed to put them behind her, and that helped her really put things together. But here's Irad in the green silks, the blue and green. I mean, he's going to have nowhere to go. But that's Wicked Halo and Tyler Gaffalione, and he's race riding. They're keeping her locked in. Why shouldn't they?
Yeah, and that great filly, Wicked Halo, and that's what you're supposed to do, and especially when the champ's got the target on her back like Goodnight Olive does. Obviously wanted to do more, just had nowhere to go.
And I'm sure it was incredibly frustrating for Irad Ortiz and Chad Brown as well. But I think when the dust settles and you're Irad, you think if I was Tyler, I'd have done the same thing to him.
Now, Caramel Swirl, Dr. B, they were 1-2 in the Vagrancy. What'd you think of this effort from this 5-year-old mare for Bill Mott?
I'm taking nothing away from Caramel Swirl, who was second in the Ballerina last year to the reigning champion Goodnight Olive, a distant second. But Mr. B is now back to last year. The best race she ever ran was with Irad when she won the Go for One, when she set a fast pace on the front end and ran a faster race in the Cigar Mile just a couple of minutes later. He ends up shuffled back to last. Not the trip that Irad wanted. She can be forward, and now, of course, Irad's going to go to Goodnight Olive. But I think with Kendra Carmouche and Mr. B getting post 4, you're going to see her much more forwardly placed tomorrow. Caramel Swirl will take her spot usually in back. She rates in the 5 post, and she'll make her big run and hope it's good enough. I'm really looking forward to this race. Even Beguine, who's the longest shot on the board, she could be the main speed, and she's got some fast figures, too. This is a 5-horse field of contenders, excuse me.
Yeah, Dr. B, another one with a runner-up finish to Goodnight Olive, and she's become better since that time.
This is a good race.
It really is.
You could have 4
with the champ. Yeah.
You could have 4 no-hopers in here and have a 9-horse field, and they would get in the way of all of these horses being contenders. I'm looking forward to this Bed of Roses. It came up as strong a Bed of Roses as we've probably had in a long, long time.
Yeah, it is going to be a good one. So we look forward to that. 5:19 Eastern start time for our ABR Race of the Week on our Saturday coverage. Right now, it's pick 5 time. 6 furlongs on the turf coming up in this allowance optional claiming field as we get a look at Derry Nain, who you and I both like.
Yeah, I mean, you never know around here if the speed's going to develop, but There is speed on the rail that has to go for Wesley Ward, and clearly speed on the outside with Lady Milagro. And it's hard to imagine those horses being rateable types. Christophe Clement has the two closers in Dairy Nane and Breeze Easy. Breeze Easy going to be the favorite in here, but both you and I thought Dairy Nane's last race, maybe he's putting her back on that track she was on as a 2-year-old, where she probably was unlucky and could have won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint.
Yeah, that was off the bench for Dairy Nane. She's been terrific off the bench in the past. And now second off the layoff for Clement with Manny Franco and Waterville Lake Stables. 3-1 right now, but yeah, her stablemate is even money right now. Breeze Easy the 5. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, real quickly before I talk about horses, I respectfully disagree with you, Andy, about Irad giving a bad ride on Goodnight Olive. I think it was an unlucky ride, and I think it's important to determine what's a good ride, a bad ride, or an unlucky ride. I just think he got stuck with Wicked Halo outside of him and a lot of race riding going on by Tyler Gaffleone, which is his job, and I think he executed his job very well. If Irad slips through and wins, then it's a great ride, but I guess that's a jockey's lot in life. I will say Dairy Nane and Breeze Easy stand out here in the paddock for Christophe Clement from a physical perspective. I think they're both just extremely well turned out, and they obviously get the double check mark because they both make sense on paper. A race that appears like there should be good pace on here. I can't imagine it's not going to develop, but I guess time will tell. Dairy Nane looks great. Love what I'm seeing from her, as is Breeze Easy. And I will say this, Lady Milagro, you know, who is 1-for-1 on the turf, high speed. You get the apprentice, Jamie Torres, who was on her when she went wire to wire over to Aqueduct. She's going to face a little different ground and maybe some real pace pressure here, but she looks terrific here in the paddock. I like what I'm seeing for the Carlos Martin trainee.
I think my rejoinder to Richie, and obviously I respect Richie, and he's not wrong. He was absolutely unlucky. But I think, and I don't think Richie would disagree with this, on a horse like that, breaking from the inside, his job is to not be in a position to get unlucky. And I think if he had been more aggressive, he might not have been as unlucky. Now, is that Irad's fault? Is that Chad Brown didn't want him to be more aggressive? I can't answer that. But I think from that perspective, when you're riding the champion, you've got a target on your back. And he put himself in a position to be unlucky. I absolutely agree with Richie, and it's not just out of respect, but he's right. He was unlucky more than a bad ride. Dr. B, I'm going to say that was a bad ride. The other one, unlucky, yes, but I think he put himself in a position to be unlucky. That would be my criticism.
And again, a lot of eyeballs going to be on that ride from Irad on Goodnight Olive on Saturday because of that. So we'll see what happens with that tough inside post.
And by the way, if Irad gives 2 bad rides in 5 years, I think that's a pretty good record.
Okay.
I think any rider would be very happy to say, well, I had 2 or 3 bad rides over the last 5 years. That's a pretty difficult thing to match, and Irad rarely gives bad rides.
Coming through the tunnel, our post parade coming up to kick off this Pick 5 pool at 234,000, and plenty of time to build from there. Tough race coming up in the next. We both thought the even money favorite beatable in this race. The 8th race, there's a few options, and I thought the nightcap maybe one of the best betting opportunities of the Pick 5.
The last race is wide open. Now, there was some discussion, I think you and I were talking about the Gun Runner first, or that horse is a late scratch. I don't know if you heard that. Island Rose came out, I believe, kind of late in the last race. I believe I heard that. But still, a lot of horses can win that race. I think it's a fun card. Looking forward to covering it with you and Richie.
Yeah, it's the 9 horse in that last race. Here's our post parade Top Gun girl, Wesley Ward. Speed from the rail.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like she has to go. I wonder if Wesley Ward was thinking if he wanted to stay on the turf or he rather it came off, because she can run on all surfaces.
There's Dairy Nane. She was very good off the bench for Clement.
Yeah, I liked her last race. This is a tougher spot, but I thought she ran well behind a slow pace.
Violent Vixen, Jose Lezcano makes her 5-year-old debut.
Going back to the turf, a surface she did not handle before. How forward is she going to be? She has potential speed as well.
Breeze Easy, stablemate to Dairy Nane. She's the 6-5 favorite with Joel Rosario.
Yeah, and she's very logical. She's run good races. She lost by a nose this distance to Mrs. Green, who was pretty good. And I think less distance is better for her. She ran 7 last time out, a race that was 1 wire to wire.
And then the other primary speed, along with Top Gun Girl, here's Lady Milagro to the outside.
Jamie Torres' job is very clear cut here. Just let her roll.
9-2 on a filly who's 2 for 3 on the turf and
She's
those limited
quick.
opportunities.
I mean, she's quick, 21-3, 43-4 at Aqueduct in her last race on the turf, firm turf or not. She was rolling along, and this filly can run fast early and still finish.
Opened up 5 lengths in a blink of an eye, and then held on for dear life
But
late.
she looked like she was going to get caught, and she still managed to hold them off. She's a nice, really nice horse that can run on both surfaces.
So 2 minutes to post here coming up. Will Johnny V, will Jamie Torres duke it out on the front end? And, as you said, too, Violent Vixen obviously shown that dirt speed, has not shown as much quickness on the turf, so I don't know if she'll be involved, but we'll find out.
We talk about that a lot. The difference between sprint speed on the dirt and sprint speed in the turf are very distinct differences. The speedy horses on the turf, they're the quickest horses around.
And could this one take advantage if there is that duel up front? Just 1 for 14 on the lawn.
Yeah, that's
but some tough company.
Yeah, but that's a reasonable point to make. The fact she hasn't gotten it done. Now, some of those starts are over in Europe, but when you start looking at her, right, second by a neck, second by a nose at 9-5, she wins by a nose on synthetic. She's not exactly a horse that you want to have at a short price and a close finish.
Meanwhile, this barn always takes money, especially when they show up here in New York. And Wesley Ward, Top Gun Girl, that speed from the inside. 5-2, co-second choice right now with John Velasquez. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and I think it kind of simplifies things for Johnny Velasquez on the 1, Top Gun Girl. I mean, you got the inside and you have speed. You don't want to defer to anybody else. You got to allow your horse to come out running and make sure that you secure or protect your inside position. I think she will show speed. Really elevated her, too, from a physical perspective on the racetrack. The 5, Breeze Easy, is your 7-5 favorite. She's my top selection. I think she's going to sit the absolute right trip. And then just getting back to the 7s, Lady Milagro, there are times when a rider has to be a pilot and other times where a rider has to be a passenger. And I think in a situation like this, Jamie Torres just has to be a good passenger. You don't have to send Lady Milagro. You just got to get out of her way. Let her break, put your hands down, and let her do what comes natural. And that's usually being pretty fast, guys.
All right, Mick, thanks. Program, of course, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Post time coming up for this pick 5 on our Friday card. Got a little water earlier on, and we have a muddy sealed track and still on a firm turf to this point.
Yeah, we didn't get that much rain, and we sorely need some rain around here, given the little rain that we've gotten, which is a good and bad thing. It keeps us on the turf, but you want to get a certain amount of rain. If we could always get it to rain a bit on Monday, Monday into Monday night, get some nice soaking. See if you can arrange for that, Greg.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
6-5 on Clement's Breeze. Well, now even money on Breeze Easy with Joel Rosario.
I wonder if some of it also is people see Joel Rosario on the 5, Manny Franco on the 2, and this is Breeze Easy losing by a nose back at 6 furlongs at Aqueduct a few starts ago, 4 starts ago, or 3 starts ago to Mrs. Green. You see Joel Rosario on this one, Manny Franco on the other one. Well, Joel rides this horse. Manny rode Dairy Name to victory, so it's not that she's the lesser one. It's just who the horses end up being on. And yeah, Joel Rosario has been very much the go-to rider. But Greg, I think this race gets to something you were hinting at. For a horse that's 2 for 15 lifetime and 1 for 14 in the turf, she kind of had this race won and found a way to lose right at the end. And that's not a great sign, but I don't have any knock on her. And she's partly owned by Randy Hill. And was he involved in the first winner today?
4 wins yesterday.
I don't think the Weaver winner of the first race today, the heavy favorite, I don't think Randy was involved. He's got to buy in, though. Next time Twisted Filigree runs, I think we'll see Randy Hill as a, great day.
What have you done for me lately, Randy?
Yeah, at this point, just another owner.
What an incredible, incredible day. 4-5 now.
That's a little overkill. And I'm not. You and I both picked her second. I don't think either one of us are going to be surprised if and when she wins this race. I just would rather take, like you, Dairy Name at 3-1.
And early on, again, this is going to be the thing to watch. John Velasquez here on the 1, Top Gun Girl, and how aggressive is he going to be with Lady Milagro, who has to go as well from the outside the 7. That battle up front.
I predict that Johnny lets Lady Milagro go and then goes after her from the outside, but we'll see how it works out.
There's Derry Nane. So Manny Franco, that win off the bench. Can she come back just as good? 3-1 here. It's her stablemate, who's the odds-on favorite with Joel Rosario. Pick 5 starts here. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to get us started.
In the gate. And they're off. Lady Milagro out quickly from the outside. Top Gun Girl now moves up. But it is Lady Milagro who will have the early lead, with Top Gun Girl racing in second, break of 2 to Derry Nane and Violent Vixen. And Breeze Easy is the early trailer in 5th. Breeze Easy is already 8 or 9 lengths from front-running Lady Milagro. Lady Milagro by almost 2. Top Gun Girl in second, the quarter. 21 and 2/5 seconds. Lady Milagro is the leader, little more than 2 lengths. Top Gun Girl is in second by almost 2. Derry Nane is down at the rail. Alongside is Violent Vixen. Breeze Easy looking to save some ground there and come through down on the inside as they come for the top of the stretch. It is Lady Milagro in front, with Top Gun Girl in pursuit in second. Then Derry Nane, Violent Vixen, and Breeze Easy is coming on now. It is Lady Milagro, Top Gun Girl to challenge on the outside. Breeze Easy is third, and a bit tough to handle there through the stretch. Top Gun Girl has come away with the lead. Breeze Easy drives up on the inside. Top Gun Girl, Breeze Easy, Top Gun Girl, 2 in a row for Johnny Velasquez. Breeze Easy was second. Lady Milagro finished third.
Top Gun Girl, John Velasquez, content to let Jimmy Torres get to the front with Lady Milagro, sitting in second, and then finishes best down the stretch.
Yeah, as we talked about, not surprising it happened. And Wesley Ward, they don't always make as much sense on paper, but they frequently seem to run. I don't think Joel Rosario wanted to be in a position where he had to duck inside with Breeze Easy, but because the number 3, Violent Vixen, never really gave up, Derry Nane got in the way because she really just had no horse and was backing up. Not the way you want to run if you're Joel, and I don't think that was his choice. Kind of a weird, uncomfortable move. Wonder if Richie has any thoughts on that. But Johnny was just able to stalk, and she got the clean, straight trip here.
Yes, she did. And there's that move down to the inside with a 5 and Joel. But in the end, Top Gun Girl is going to win for the second time, 4 tries on the turf with a couple of runner-up finishes, 3-1 upset. Let's bring in Mig on what Joel Rosario had to do there with the 4-5 favorite. Mig?
Yeah, guys, I thought it was a little bit too drastic of, changing course, diving to the inside. That way you could see when he had to turn her head so drastically. And then she even bobbled, like she lost her balance a little, which horses are already a little bit uncomfortable with the ground, less than firm now. Not that it's soft by any means, but he just seemed intent on getting an inside trip, because after he made the corner turning for home, he had an opportunity to allow her to sift out to the clear. But it just seemed like he had it in his head that was the trip. He was going to get an inside trip and then altering course dramatically. I think it hurt his momentum going forward.
Got to make those split-second decisions, and not ideal.
Talk about small fields getting into trouble in those races, and a good point by Richie about the turf. 109.69, that's a good second half to 2 seconds slower than this race would have gone, and it was really firm. So Richie's right, it's probably firm to good. It's just we're so used to that really, really firm hard course.
1-5-7-3 finish, 3-1 upset of a 4-5 favorite to start this late pick 5 prices. When we come back, we'll have the story of Matt Cannon Ilkay, the Cantor Macho.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside, and
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vekoma the one to catch? Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Madkin and İlkay Cantamasi grew up in Istanbul, Turkey, watching their father, Tuncay, one of the country's top trainers, win big race after big race.
He was always telling us, I want you guys in the better spot. So he made United States his goal for our future. Oh, you know what? Gallop. Same, back up to wire, same. It worked out pretty good, and then we start with one horse.
This bird can sing. Length and a half at the end. This bird can sing, owned by Cantamasi Racing.
5 horse, 10, 15, now we have 23 horses. More than financial, we are doing this with our heart.
I think this is what makes us different than the others. One hand means anything, but two hands make the work, so this is what we're trying to do.
2022 marks the 5th summer the Cantamasi brothers have had a stable at Saratoga.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Their good fortunes and long journey is not forgotten.
Beautiful morning in Saratoga. But we worked really hard for these days, you know. This one, she's more calm and going nicer for the rider in the mornings. But whatever happens, teaches you something, so you find your way. I believe we are improving every year better and better. So we see from our mistakes and from the faults to do the better things. Good, Tyson?
Very good.
Okay. Be careful.
It's happy.
Yeah.
Very happy.
Every horse different, and they all want different things. And you have to do what they gonna be good with. Only him and Sierra? Not yet. Most fun part is the afternoons, of course. When you see the horse you are with every day, you feed them, you train them.
Waiting now for Evie Jets. And they're off. The duo of High Opinion and Evie Jets from the outside. Evie Jets is now coming on quickly. Messidor to take over in deep stretch and win it.
She ran great. I think she just caught at the end. And this is 17 days between her last race. In the future, I'm expecting to, of course, win the stakes races. and which I think it's very soon about to come.
We are at the beautiful Belmont Park in Elmont, New York, and it is the third jewel of the Triple Crown for Belmont Stakes Day. Just like in a groove right now. You know, got past morning, horse went out for a little stretch of the legs, and now we're just kind of riding the day. I'd like to say my hard work is done at this point. I just have to put a saddle on him, which could be hard work. He's just a big adolescent. He loves to have fun. He is a kid that we have to give him his breathing room to be that kid, because he has to be serious when he's out there. I'm not a very good woman-forward person. I'm gonna bust my butt at whatever I'm doing, no matter my gender. And so I've said often, we may have to do it twice as good for twice as long to get half the credit. But if you're quantifying your success on other people's approval, you're gonna fall short in so many things in life. I will be the benefactor of my horse showing up and running a huge race and Javier having a great ride, and I will be immensely grateful and appreciative of what that brings for me and as an accomplishment in my career. But I can't do any of this without the people and the team that we've built over the last decades, and that's what all of this is about. I love you. I'm proud of you. Thank you. Proud of you. Killing me, Smalls. I haven't cried all day. Well, maybe once this morning when I lost it, but you know. Let me see your arm. Right here. Before every race, he has to bite somebody. And the bite this time was Giovanni, his groom, who's become his chew toy. This is Giovanni's mom. This is Rosie. When I lived in New York full-time racing up here, Rosie was my forewoman. And the assistant from County Kerry, Ireland. Look at that. Bringing up a Belmont horse. That's pretty cool.
Phone answerer.
Personal assistant / business partner. This is Katie Miranda, my business partner with Horseology. John Ebert, the owner of that guy right there, Arcangelo, and my fiance, Manny Martinez. Security's behind us, but Paul. Paul, we're walking out. Serious face. Serious face. Don't enjoy it at all. Serious face. Javier's going to sit a smart trip, and we've told him that. You know, I'm not going to be in his ear while he's out there. He's got to feel it, and I think this horse gives Javier a great feel and allows him to get into a nice cadence, and he's going to let things develop for him and make the best possible decisions out there that he can, and God willing, we end up in front of the wire. Let's go kick some ass. Good boy.
Today, Arcangelo is 5th. Surrounded by horses is Forte. He's 6th.
112 and 3.
Adam Harvey!
Off the inside.
3 furlongs to go.
Go by him now. Yes! Yes! Go by him now. Come on, Harvey! Come on, buddy! Come on, buddy, run! Come on, Harvey! Pick him up! Oh my God. We just won Belmont Stakes. We just won the Belmont. We gotta go.
Who maybe didn't believe that this would happen.
Never give up. And if you can't find a seat at a table, make your own table. Build your team. and never give up. You are seen, people see you. Just keep working your butt off.
The head of the table. That's your seat.
Thank
Congratulations,
you.
Jenna. Well done.
Thank you. Okay. Look what we did! I'm not crying if you're not crying.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my God.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We are back with you. That's a good thing. We apologize for our technical difficulties there. If you're watching America's Day at the Races, good to be back as we get set for the 7th here at Belmont Park, 6 furlongs, main track. 50,000 starter allowance. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you as we take a look at the current odds for a wide open race to start the pick 4.
Yeah, it's an interesting race, and thanks everybody for their patience while we were having some difficulties. You've got the 9 Meraviglioso is a slight favorite right now for Rick Dutrow, who likes to finish 3rd, along with Carbon, who finished just ahead of her last time, who you and I were talking is a surprising 7-1 right now, and even the 4th place finisher in there as well, La Aguilita, who's 1 for 34 a lifetime, not a lot of confidence. Even Try It Again, who might be able to try to shake loose here. I'm interested in the 5, Jolly Miss Jill, who's taking all kinds of money.
We just saw her a few moments ago before we came back with you. She looks sensational on the racetrack. Could not look better. Wow, 3-1 right now on Jolly Miss Jill, the 5. And, you know, we talked who this horse faced first time out. First of all, she won a sloppy sealed track in her debut at Gulfstream. Not a bad thing to have in your corner. Faced Money's Gold, start number 2. And, yeah, she got beat by a lot, but she was runner-up to her.
And I think some people might look and say, well, she's 3-1, and the 6 Lady Mine, who beat her by a length and a half, is 5-1. And it's always a fair question to ask. Why I like Jolly Miss Jill, besides the Linda Rice claim, is Jolly Miss Jill did more dirty work. That race was falling apart at the end, which kind of helped Lady Mine, who ran sort of a remarkable race. Now, she's been claimed as well by our friends at 10 Strike Racing, this time for Jeremiah Englehart. But Linda Rice is very, very shrewd off the claim, and I think she saw just what you were talking about, Greg, that this horse in her prior dirt race had faced a horse like Money's Gold, and somewhere in there is a horse that's worth more than $30,000.
See if she can step up here. Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Favoritism, though, remaining outside with the 9. Meraviglioso, Rick Dutrow, Joel Rosario. It was right behind Carbon last time out. She's 5-2 favorite. Carbon right now is 7-1.
I don't get that. I don't get that. It feels like, and the other problem is with the Meraviglioso had every chance to win that race, as did Carbon.
There's Carbon.
But I don't think there's supposed to be that big a difference. I mean, you're getting over twice the price. It's a big discrepancy, in my opinion.
Yeah, Carbon got a big figure in that race last time out. Junior Alvarado back aboard. For Matt Cantor Massey. We showed you that feature a little bit earlier if you were tuning in while Andy and I were out of the mix.
We were bound and gagged, actually, on the set.
We were. It's good to be back.
We're free now, in case you're wondering. Or worried.
Pick 4 begins here if they can get this 8 in. My Girl Jowls coming off a maiden claiming victory. And here is the favorite. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to kick off this pick 4.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And it is Alice Cramden, My Girl Jowl now moving up. Try It Again is right there. Jolly Miss Jill gains. Try It Again, Jolly Miss Jill there. Heads apart. Icy Reply has moved up into 3rd. My Girl Jowl is next in 4th. Meraviglioso on the far outside moves up a spot from 5th. Alice Cramden is now in 6th position. And then comes Carbon. And on the outside, moving up is a Lady Mine. Down at the rail is La Aguililla. The quarter over the muddy and sealed track in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Try It Again, 3 parts of a length. Jolly Miss Jill next in 2nd. Icy Reply next in 3rd. And then it's 2.5 lengths back to Meraviglioso. La Aguililla has gained ground down at the rail. Half mile in 46 and 1. It is still Try It Again with the lead, with Icy Reply moving up on the outside and La Aguililla gaining down at the rail. And out in the middle of the track, here comes Lady Mine. Lady Mine to the front. Icy Reply is now in 2nd, and it is Lady Mine who loved the off-going today. She won by 3.5 lengths. Icy Reply was 2nd. Carbon came on for 3rd.
10 Strike Racing, Jeremiah Englehart first off the claim, and that's back-to-back wins for this 3-year-old filly.
Sometimes you outsmart yourself. Jolly Miss Jill, who finished behind her, took more money. She actually finished last in this race after stalking the pace, but Lady Mine much closer to the pace than she was last time out. Really a facile winner of this race. Buried the opposition. Nice performance by Icy Reply for Javier Castellano. A big price. She was right on top of the pace. Finished a good 2nd. And Carbon, not able to get it done, but she did finish third. But 5-1 over 13-1 and 7-1.
Carbon did outfinish Mira Veloso, though, at that much bigger price.
Yeah, strange board, but listen, I like the 5-2, Jolly Miss Jill. She had no excuse.
I thought
could see she was empty.
Involved early, though, too. It looked like she was going to run today.
I thought she was going to cruise, and she just really had absolutely nothing and ended up finishing dead last.
6-7, 3-9, Lady Mine, 5-1 upset over a 13-1 shot for that exacta. Dylan Davis aboard your winner. We'll have these prices for you when we come back. Shrewd Connections here, 10 strike with a nice claim. Third win from 9 career starts. We're going to take a timeout when we return. Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation celebrating 40 years of giving these equine athletes a second chance after their racing careers over. That story next.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational. And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Nest, much the best. Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
It's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all. Great shot right there. NYRA Bets. Go to NYRABets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime.
You ever take a Staten Island Ferry?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Really? I've only taken it a couple times. It's a great
Yeah, I've
ride.
done it a few times. Great view of the Statue of Liberty. Must.
You ever take the Circle Line?
Yes.
Circle Line's great.
Love that
Love the
trip,
Circle.
too.
I love all those touristy things that New Yorkers never do are incredibly fun.
Lady Mine with a victory here, 5-1. Jeremiah Engelhardt, 10-strike racing off the claim with Dylan Davis. Said downstairs to Mig.
I was on the Circle Line of the Staten Island Ferry and saw Andy. I might fall overboard. I just, it's kind of a funny image to me. But here I am with Dylan Davis. Rode the winner here, Lady Mine. It's a filly that at times has shown a real reluctance to kick back, but she seemed more professional today.
Yeah, Richie, well, I did a little bit of homework beforehand, watched her last race, and she just was refusing that kickback with Jose, but she was able to still get the winner. I thought just break well, and then just get it to the outside. I didn't really care how wide I was. It just looked like that was the preferred spot for her, and after that, I mean, she handled the wet going, and she got the job done, which is great.
She really finished strong. I mean, the track's wet. Do you feel like there's any particular paths that might be better than others, or feel like the track's pretty fair?
Especially with the rain. We just got a lot of rain quickly. It drains towards the inside, so I prefer it. I feel like it is better towards the outside. It drains and dries out quicker towards the middle. And, you know, I don't want to get stuck inside. You're just not trying to save ground today, but it's better to be on a better part of the track.
Dylan, you got off to a really frustrating start to this meet. It's just a plethora of seconds and thirds and, you know, having a hard time finding the winner's circle. Starting to hit the winner's circle with more regularity. Did you change anything? How did you work your way through that period?
No, I didn't change nothing. It's definitely a tough time for a jockey to get a lot of seconds and thirds and not winners. You kind of second guess yourself. Maybe you're riding poorly or what, but I have my father to talk to, and just feedback from what I've had with previous experience. I've been through those lulls before, and I know how to handle them. I know I'm riding well, and just hopefully, you know, once I ride that rut and come back up, I'm happy that I'm winning again.
Well, you certainly, you know, to me, riding better and better, and it's all about confidence, guys. And he's got a great sounding board, and his dad, Robbie Davis, a terrific rider.
Who Mig used to ride against regularly. And I know Mig always loves to see Dylan do well, offers his advice, and he's really started to kick it into gear of late.
No, I mean, you know, you think about the awful start he had, meet and all the seconds and thirds, but if you looked at his meet, it's like the tale of two meets, right? First month, a lot of bad luck, things not going well. Second month, been riding very, very well. Good to see.
Top Gun Girl, 3-1. Now you get a 5-1 shot if you're live at this pick 5. It's what you like to see, and still a long way to go and some open races still to come. 8th race. Here's a look at the field. 6 furlongs over the inner turf. First allowance condition race, and shoot out the lights. Wesley Ward, Aran Ortiz Jr. went gate to wire in that debut. Tried the Mamzelle. Backed up as the 2-1 favorite in that race.
Yeah, you know, you and I talked about this quite a bit on the show earlier today. Wesley Ward, even when I don't like Wesley Ward's horses, I expect them to run well when they show up here. And I think you and I disagreed a little bit. I think we both agreed his first race felt a little, not phony, but might not be as good as it looked. But he did get involved in the wicked pace last time out. But I also think Candle getting back to 6 furlongs is going to help. But I think you're trying to beat both of these horses, as I recall.
Yeah, Z first. The cutback one, I'm going with it 8-1 in here. Got to deal with a couple of tough ones, though. We'll see how it plays out. Post parade coming up in just a moment. Second chances, that's what the TRF program at Wallkill is all about. For the thoroughbreds, it's a chance at a second career after their life on the racetrack competing as equine athletes is over. And for the incarcerated individuals who work with them, it's a second chance to develop vocational opportunities and build life schools. And they often develop a very close bond with the horses they care for.
Celebrating its 40th anniversary in 2023, the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation has long been saving former racehorses from possible neglect, abuse, or slaughter. The TRF herd of nearly 450 horses who are not able to go on to second careers as sport horses are given lifelong sanctuary at one of the many facilities sponsored by the TRF across the country. But the TRF isn't only helping equines have a second chance at life. They are helping incarcerated individuals as well. The innovative and pioneering Second Chances program allows incarcerated men and women the opportunity to build life skills while participating in a vocational program as they provide supervised care to retired racehorses.
I talk to them, I speak to them about things that I don't speak to people about in there. I can feel like they actually relate to me, and the same second chance that they're given, I feel like I'm getting.
I didn't know it was going to be such an emotional time, and you really do bond with the animals, and they look for you to be there for them.
It's more love out here. It's more peace, tranquility, solace, anything you want to call it, the epitome of peace to me.
There are currently 8 TRF Second Chances programs at prisons in 6 different states. Graduates of the program receive certification based upon their level of expertise and have gone on to careers as farriers, vet assistants, and caretakers. The Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation, helping thoroughbreds who help people.
Terrific program. And for more information, you go to trfinc.org. We had an opportunity to actually meet one of the graduates of this program who worked with Quick Call.
Yeah, which is pretty cool in and of itself, but can't say enough about the programs that TRF has with the prisons, working with the inmates and giving them a chance to, not just at an occupation to work with the horses, but You can't say it enough how therapeutic horses are. And what is the famous line from? There's something about the inside of a horse that's good for the outside of a man.
Yeah.
I'm getting it wrong.
Mick says it all the time, but it's
such
so
a great
true.
line.
And whenever I'm up at Saratoga, that's my chance to go to the backstretch and see some of the horses, and it just puts you in a different space.
Yeah, and then TRF will be here on Sunday, and I know a lot of people are planning to join us for Father's Day. We always love seeing a lot of people come out and join us on Father's Day, and TRF will be here. So get a chance to check out what they're about. And listen, you know, it's not fair to tell people where they should donate money or if they even should, because many people, they need their money. But if you can or do think of giving, TRF is a very good organization to certainly take a look at, to give them a few dollars if you can.
Terrific program that is so necessary for this sport. Taking care of these equine athletes is just paramount to the game, as Acacia well knows, who does so much of it on her own. Joining us again, Acacia Clement.
Yes, Greg, is obviously something very close to my heart and to my family's heart as well with what we do with Racing for Home. But I'm also very involved with the TRF, serving on the advisory board. And Sunday, while it's also Father's Day, will be TRF at the track day, and race 5 named in honor of the TRF. So you can come on out, meet some of the volunteers, learn a little bit more about the program, donate if you wish, and also get a chance to take a photo with a sign that celebrating 40 years of helping horses and saving lives. And such a terrific program. And the Winston Churchill quote, "The outside of a horse is good for the inside of a man or woman or anybody that's around them." And I think that absolutely holds true and is very evident in those TRF Second Chances programs, Greg.
That is what that quote is.
I knew there was
we
a
were
reason
close.
we had you
We were in the
around here,
ballpark. Terrific job. And I believe Maggie's part of that board as well, and that a lot of our crew are involved with them. A lot of these organizations bringing this to the forefront, making sure that these horses are taken care of after the racing careers are over.
Absolutely, and just being there to let the public know how important it is, and all of us in racing. If it wasn't for the horses, we wouldn't have a job. As miraculous it seems that we have them to begin with, but also I've been a horse player basically my whole life and love horse racing. If it wasn't for the horses, I wouldn't have this horse racing to love. So we all owe a debt of gratitude to the racehorses, and taking care of them is something that's important and should be important to all of us.
Absolutely. We're going to get the post break coming up for the 8th. We'll be back with more live coverage of this Friday card from Belmont right after this. It's a look at Candle, Shug McGahee, Javier Castellano, owned by Will Ferris, 5-2 on the board right now, getting set to going back to what she has never lost at doing, sprinting on the grass.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside, and
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vekoma the one to catch? Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 quarter. Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Term Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
For over a century, the hallowed grounds of Claiborne Farm have housed iconic stallions and broodmares while also breeding and raising the game's next crop of racehorses. And behind all those horses are generations of professionals who care for the thoroughbred. At Claiborne, it's not uncommon to see employees who have worked in various capacities at the farm for several decades.
My grandfather handled stallions here for 18 years. My father worked here for almost 27, so this is home.
It's home. It's my second home. All of us are just like one big family.
I was born and raised here. My father was a broodmare manager here for 40 years, so Claiborne is home. Me and Wesley are both here now. He's the broodmare manager.
Well, actually, I grew up on Claiborne, so this is really all I've known, 40-some years. I took over the broodmare position in 2004, so I've seen approximately 17 foal crops come through the nursery, which is kind of behind us. You know, self-fulfilling to see their journey.
I have to come over here to the other side of the farm sometimes to see horses that I'll just miss, you know, even though I'm on the yearling side. It's funny, you can recognize that horses remember you and that you had an effect and a good rapport with them and they like you, you know, and I never get tired of that feeling. It's really neat.
James Sebastian started working at Claiborne in 1966. In 1971, he moved from yearlings to the broodmare division, delivering foals half the year. Sebastian estimates that he's delivered 10,000 foals during his night shift.
You know, we have a very family atmosphere here. Obviously, Claiborne's been in our family for 4 generations. You have a lot of uncles and cousins and brothers that work here, and then they put out the word that, you know, this place is all right, they treat you right, they treat the horses right, so they want to come on board and have a family atmosphere. Very prideful of the people that put so much hard work and loyalty that helped us make Claiborne Farm what it is.
Just an incredible history in this sport. Truly legendary Claiborne Farm. Proud to have them as a sponsor of our program. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well.
Claiborne has been with us from day one. We are extremely appreciative.
Appreciate that, no question. This 8th race, 6 furlongs over the inner turf, this first level allowance condition. 6-5. Shoot out the lights. Wesley Ward with a Rat Ortiz Jr. on board. Cynthia Light Filly won first time out, going 5 furlongs at Gulfstream.
I'm particularly, though, interested to hear what Acacia has to say about Plenitude going out for the Clement Barn, a horse that's taken an awful lot of money right now.
Yeah, debut, it was on dirt at Tampa, now it gets to turf, and yeah, it's taking a ton of money. Let's go to Acacia.
I was going to save Plenitude for trackside because I do want to see how she moves in the warm-up, but she did work pleasingly on the turf course up at Saratoga, which is always a plus side. So we'll talk a little bit more about Plenitude trackside, but looking at the number 6 Candle, if you're wondering where she's been since April 8th, she was actually entered to run on May 7th. She got loose after breaking through the gate, and she did pretty much a full lap around the track. So she really exerted herself that day, and that was a race going 7 furlongs where it was the spot that I really had liked for her. So she comes back here after pretty much having run a race back at the start of May. So it's not really as much a layoff as you might have anticipated. She is the type of horse that can get very sweaty prior to her races, and it's cooled down remarkably since we had that rain here in the paddock. And so while you do see her a little bit warm maybe in her kidney area, that's very typical of her. She's actually quite dry for her standards. She's very fit coming back. I love the cutback. I've always felt that shorter is better for her. Just hope that she can come back and still be fresh after that faux pas before that race, the start of May. The number 5 Z First is a little bit intriguing coming in from Monmouth. The lone time that she has sprinted on the grass is going 5 furlongs at Gulfstream. And as we know, those 5 furlong turf sprints are quick. They're very tight. Sometimes horses just can't get their feet underneath of them quick enough, and I think that's the case with this filly, who my notes from when I saw her last year down in the winter at Gulfstream were she just really didn't look like a horse that was built to handle the 5 furlongs. There's a little bit more scope to her. That being said, I think that this 6, maybe even 7 at Belmont should suit her quite well. She's very, very strong behind the saddle. She's very powerful. And while she's sharp in the paddock, she's much more relaxed than I remember seeing her last year. She's matured physically and mentally, and I'm a bit intrigued by her cutting back in distance. The number 7, Shoot Out the Lights, she did win going the 5 furlongs first out at Gulfstream. And it's funny, for a horse that showed so much speed in that first start, she's very quiet, very laid back here in the paddock today. Last time out in the Mamselle overnight, she was a little bit keen. She was kind of taken back in there. She didn't really seem like she was the most comfortable, the most settled throughout that trip. She's a smaller, handier type, and I do wonder what type of tactics they will employ with her. I like that Irad Ortiz has gotten to be familiar with her, having ridden her in her 2 starts so far, and I've always felt that the City of Lights are going to be more turf horses. I like her getting a touch more ground, but I'll be curious to see what kind of warm-up she has, maybe giving some hints to the tactics, as she is quite a short price right now, Greg.
She really is. Wow, 3-5 on Shoot Out the Lights. Of course, we expect that man's mounts to get over bet, and that is the case right now.
Yeah, I mean, not going to be surprised at all if she wins this race. She's quick, and she got involved in a tough pace last time out, but she shouldn't be 3-5 versus 7-2 on Candle.
Don't forget, earn a 20% trifecta bonus today just by playing with NYRA Bets on all your trifecta winnings. You got to opt in. Go to NYRABets.com to do so. Get a little extra money in that account. Well, maybe everyone else knows something we do not.
Well, people always know a lot of things I don't know, so I'm that's sort of a given in life. But and looking at doubles, I would say the 7's about 4-5 and the 6 about 8-5, as they're clearly separated from the other horse in the race. I mean, to me, Candle ran a race at 6 furlongs as a 2-year-old that's fast enough to win this, and there's no reason to think she couldn't have improved. Veronica Green, who beat her last time, is a talented older horse for Chad Brown. She'll be running here, I believe, on Sunday. And Sweet Lou's Got Aces, who finished second to her. She's a stake winner, and she won a race here on last Sunday's card as well. And I also think it's very specific with her. While Candle's run well enough going longer, myself, I think she's a better horse going shorter. And I think you're dealing with a horse that just the less distance is better for her. And interesting to note, and Acacia was talking about, you've got 2 City of Lights back to back.
Yeah. And she showed fight in that win, too.
Yeah.
85 Beyer now comes, in terms of that race, sort of off the bench. Her first time sprinting on the turf as a 3-year-old. There she is, 7-2. There's a lot to like here.
And they put a lot of distance, almost 6 lengths in the 3rd-place finisher, so making that figure feel legitimate. And we frequently see 2-year-old turf figures get improved by 10, 15 points as they get older. And if she does that, she's going to win this race. And I just think I think the odds board is wrong. I don't think there's necessarily a significant difference between the chances of beating the 6 or 7. I don't know why the 7's 3-5 and the 6 is 7-2, but I imagine Irad Ortiz has a great deal to do with that.
As
wow.
he usually does. Meanwhile, that man who just left our screen, Javier Castellano, continuing to have a tremendous year, 2/3 of this year's Triple Crown. But there's a man who again looks like, even at this point, is the front runner for another Eclipse Award.
Yeah, Irad, it's almost like Irad sort of had something to prove last year. I didn't win the Eclipse Award before that. And, but I think one of the best stories this year is Javier Castellano. And we saw it so much last summer. He and PJ Campo, when he hired PJ, they started doing so well together. He finally got healthy. And a 4-time Eclipse Award winning rider, I think a lot of people had kind of written off. Sort of reminding people last year that we're paying attention, he could still ride. And then with his Derby win and Belmont wins, and superb rides in both races.
Yeah.
I think he's reminded everybody how well he can still ride.
Especially that, I mean, he made a decisive early move on Mage to get inside, save ground.
Knew where his chief competition from behind was with Angel of Empire and Tapit Trice. Always knew exactly where they were, had them in the right spot. Did everything, have to have the horse, but did everything right in both races.
Here's a Willoway to kick off our post parade. Second time on the turf.
I think a Willoway would have been happy if it just kept pouring and the race came out of the dirt, because she runs her best races on the turf. For one turf race was not good.
Plenitude getting on turf for the first time, start number 2.
I get the connections taking money here. The Dam actually won the Frizette in her second career start, and this one's a half to Gasoline, who's a dirt router for Todd Pletcher.
Palace Gossip, 3-time winner on the lawn for Anthony Dutrow.
She can be forwardly placed, but I don't think she's going to outrun Shoot Out the Lights early. She's not untalented.
13-1, Z First, who is cutting back in distance.
Well, Greg, I think you better be betting a few dollars to win on Z First. If you like her, that's quite a price. She's got to cut back effectively. We'll see if she can.
Jose Ortiz, the call. Here's Candle next. There's a 6, who we showed you in that win.
I'm shocked at the price difference between these two, and I actually prefer to Shoot Out the Lights, but it's close.
And 3-5 favoritism. Everyone on board with this filly for Wesley Worden-Arad.
The way she's bet, don't you sort of expect her to just blow the field out by 3 or 4 lengths?
Yes,
and
that's what the board's telling you, right?
Yeah, that's what the board's saying. I don't believe that there should be this kind of gap between the 6 and 7.
And then Game Theory, huge long shot outside, 56-1, biggest price on the board. Omar Hernandez Moreno for Eduardo Jones.
His biggest fan is right by us in the studio. I don't know if the fans
Hernandez
got to
Moreno
hear him.
Fan Club.
Yeah.
Joining us for the first time on the show. I'm glad we got his audio worked out because it blew out our audio, but we do it all for you,
We're not blaming
JK.
you, Jonathan, but
we do it all for you. Good to see you.
How did I know you guys were going to blame it on me?
Of course.
Wow, you guys are wild. Look, I think this is a 2-horse race between Candle and Shoot Out the Lights. I'll start with Candle. I agree with a lot of what you guys have already said. Candle is a horse who has a nice number as a 2-year-old. Depending on what speed figures you look at, Timeform US, the horse got a 112, which is competitive with what these horses that have been running now, kind of midway through their 3-year-old year. Like Andy mentioned, you can expect a little bit of an improvement just from age. The other thing is that was a productive race as well that Candle ran in. Sweet Lou's Got Aces came back and ran extremely well, ran a faster number, and ran extremely well. But the problem is for Candle, who I like and I've picked in here, is Shoot Out the Lights looks like he's pretty darn good too. Shoot Out the Lights has a lot of tactical speed. She's going to pop away from there. She's trained by Wesley Ward. We know what to expect in that situation. But her race, her debut race where she ran the really fast number, there's been 3 horses in there that have all run back and run well. Queen Karima came back, won, and ran faster in a speed figure. Oolong High came back, ran 3rd, but ran faster. Secret Money came back, won, ran faster. I think that was a very productive race. I like Candle. I'm just a little bit worried that Shoot Out the Lights could just get loose, open up and win. If you're playing multi-race bets, I think you need both of them. I think Candle is the value, but I think Shoot Out the Lights is the most likely winner.
Yeah, can I?
JK, thank you. Yeah, public agrees, although clicks up a notch now to 4-5. And Candle comes down a bit as well, down to 5-2. But public still believing this is the one, I guess, that is going to wire this field.
Well, she's supposed to be the speed in here. I've got no argument with that. And I don't know that she's more likely to win than Candle. And I think, you talk about efficiency of markets and efficiency of the betting, and obviously you're always trying to overcome the takeout. But are there situations where the betting is inefficient? And I think what we've seen recently, at least I think since we got to Belmont, we even saw it at Aqueduct a bit, though most of the time Irad was riding Keeneland. The inefficiency in the markets is the win pool, where Irad Ortiz is consistently getting over bet. And that's presenting opportunities where horses, if one horse is actually getting over bet, there's going to be value on other horses.
So keep that in mind all summer long, because I don't see that changing anytime soon. Let's go back to Acacia Clement for more.
Well, as promised, wanted to talk about the number 2, Plenitude, who, as Andy mentioned, the Dam did win the Frizette. Yellow Agate was trained by Christoph as well. But actually, in her final start, he did try her on the turf. And so I'm guessing, I don't have any inside information, but I'm guessing that he's always thought in this pedigree that maybe there was some turf presence in there. While Gasoline never ran on the turf either, and he was kind of the 1 1/8, if not further, type of runner. I actually always thought, looking back at my notes, that he could potentially be a turf horse. She's been pretty quiet as far as her warm-up on the track, but she has that floaty stride. And again, having worked over the turf course at Saratoga, that gives her the positive of knowing how she's already going to move while covering the grass. And physically, I can see it. She's incredibly fit in here. But I did prefer Candle. Did get a little bit warm on the track, but she's been very laid back and professional. Hopefully, things go a little bit better at the gate today, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. Got a new audience here rejoining us in just a few seconds here. So slight pause as we bring in our FS2 viewers. Welcome to those just joining us or rejoining us, hopefully, on our FS2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Acacia Clement, Jonathan Kinchin with us as well. Good to be back with you. We had a little not disruption, but a pause in between our two sections of coverage here. And joining us just in time here for this 8th coming up, sprinting on the lawn, where it's Wesley Ward, Irad Ortiz Jr. with this one, the 7. Shoot Out the Lights. Odds-on favorite, has been favored throughout the wagering and looks to control on the front end, gate to wire. Yeah,
sure. The Light's going to try to wire this field, probably faster than Palace Gossip early in the race. We're hoping that Candle, as all three of us have picked Candle to beat her, the second choice right now. I feel like the two main players in this race, and good to be back on with our friends at FS2.
Yeah, Candle the 6 at 5-2 with the man who's taken 2/3 of this year's Triple Crown, Javier Castellano, and the only time, for those just joining us, that Candle sprinted on the lawn. Not just a winner, she was an impressive winner. There she is with an 85 buyer.
I'm going to look up two things. What percentage of favorites are ridden by Irad Ortiz? And what percentage of horses that he rides are favored? But also, what percentage of odds-on horses that we've run at Belmont so far were ridden by Irad Ortiz? It's probably a staggering number.
Yeah, be interested to see that. But conversation for those on FS2 that Andy and I were having before you joined us. Yeah, how overbet his mounts, Irad Ortiz Jr. are on this circuit, especially the last 6 to 8 months.
Yeah, very, very much. A great rider, no doubt about it, but his horses are taking an inordinate amount of money, and we saw quite a few yesterday take a lot of money that did not deliver. Not Irad's fault.
But as you said, and there's Candle moving in, creates a great betting opportunity, especially in the win pools. Here is Irad, Shoot Out the Lights. Can this filly go gate to wire? She did in the debut at Gulfstream. That was at 5 furlongs. Trying to get 6 today. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Set for the start of race 8. And they're off. Palace Gossip hustled out there for the early lead. Shoot Out the Lights sits in second here in the early going. Plentitude is down at the rail. And on the outside is Z First. Then comes Candle, who is in 5th, followed by A Will Away. And the trailers, Game Theory, in 7th. Palace Gossip leads here by a half length. Shoot Out the Lights, the favorite on the outside in 2nd. And then it is Plentitude on the inside of Z First. Candle now looking to move up in between horses. The quarter went in 23-1. Palace Gossip on top here by a length, with Shoot Out the Lights remaining in 2nd. And then it is a Plentitude. On the outside is Z First, who's gaining some ground. Candle is in 5th, 3 lengths from the front. As the field comes into the stretch now. And here comes Shoot Out the Lights, up now to take over the lead from Palace Gossip. Shoot Out the Lights is in front. Plentitude is on the inside of Z First. Then comes Candle. It's Shoot Out the Lights, trying to hold off Plentitude. Z First on the outside. Candle is down at the rail. They come on for the finish. Here is Plentitude surging at the end to win it. Plentitude takes it. Z First in a photo with Shoot Out the Lights for 2nd.
Plentitude debut win. It was on dirt at Tampa, moves to grass, and now perfect 2 for 2 on 2 different surfaces.
Yeah, a strange race. It's almost like Javier Castellano. Well, this course is listed firm, by the way. Not Javier, excuse me, Irad Ortiz. He just didn't want to really sort of let the number 7 Shoot Out Lights go, so they went a pretty tepid first quarter. And the rain, this course is good, not firm. You can see the time. They're not kicking anything up, but it's taken a bit of moisture these times. But the truth is, she sort of took the lead in the stretch, and she's supposed to get it done, and Plentitude just outran her down the lane. Not sure it was the best of trips for this 6 Candle, who kind of sort of tried to make that inside move, not the best move to make. And your long shot, Greg, the 5 who you liked, ran second here. So neither one of the two shortest prices ran first or second here. And third place finish at 4 to 5 for Shoot Out the Lights. Though I'm not going to blame Irad. This horse is supposed to win, isn't she? I mean, maybe you should have just let her roll early, but I'm sorry. She's supposed to get it done.
2, 5, 7, 6. Yeah, from this point, you would think she needs to finish here.
Right. I mean, he could say, yeah, I wish I had let her roll now because he didn't, but I'm sorry. She's supposed to win this race with that trip. You can't blame Irad for that at all. You can blame him, but I don't think you'd be right.
It's filling up bad, huh?
No, this was a nice win. And, Acacia talked about it. They hoped to get her in the turf. It seemed like this might be too tough a spot. It turned out not to be.
5 to 1 over 10 to 1. 4 to 5 favorite beat in this pick 5. Winds up third. We'll be back with prices. Set up the 9th right after this. Stay with us.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Bally Sports SoCal with us as well as the 8th in the books. And I'm speaking to everyone watching. What is everyone out there doing on Sunday? It's Father's Day. Come on out, because that bag could be your first 7,000 fans with paid admission while supplies last. We'll get that beautiful duffel bag. And we have one here. This is one of the best giveaways we have ever had. I know that the Secretariat program was pretty awesome.
You missed the Atlas.
This is great.
When we gave out the Atlas 25 years ago. There's still about 10,000 of them somewhere in the basement if you're looking for one. But no, I agree. It's very nice.
Yeah,
very
not the only. First couple hundred out on the backstretch or the porch is a backyard. Okay, get cigars.
Really?
We have a pro golf simulator as well. Food trucks are going to be out here. Great day, Father's Day, to come out to the racetrack.
Is Paulie going to help with the golf thing? Because he was like,
I hope not, because last time he did,
threw his shoulder out or something at Oaklawn.
He strained his entire left side of his body. Yeah.
He's currently, I think, in traction in the office, actually, while we speak.
He was hobbling yesterday. Plenitude, Christophe Clement, CHC Inc., and Joel Rosario teaming up with a horse who is showing versatility now on multiple surfaces. 3-year-old filly by Quality Road. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
We're pleased to be joined by Christophe Clement as Plentitude, getting on the turf for the first time. And Christophe, you're familiar with the family, of course, having trained Yellow Agate. And I know you tried her on the turf. Was there always a thought that the family could be a little bit more turf meant?
To tell you the truth, we thought she was more of a dirt filly early on in the winter. And then my son Miguel tried her on the grass. He thought she moved very well on the turf, and he was right. And it all worked out, which is great.
So we give Miguel credit for this one.
Absolutely. I mean, she's quality road that have a grade 1 winning mare on dirt. She won on dirt first time at the Tampa, as you know. But today was a much better performance, and she won a nice race.
When she was game in between horses, too, and she kind of had that last big punch, for a filly that's just making their second start, how encouraging is that to see one that's pretty tenacious going through traffic?
No, absolutely. She's a 3-year-old filly. There's a big jump in class from a first race. It's exciting for the future. I've got to speak to Joelle to see if, she might even go a bit further. I'm not sure, but let's enjoy this at the moment. It's fun. China Horse Club on the dam, and I'm delighted to win that one for them.
Father's Day on Sunday. It was a big, of course, you're my father-in-law. Very lucky to have a wonderful dad and father-in-law in the family. But there's a giveaway, too. Are you excited about Father's Day bag giveaway this weekend?
Of course, we should be, all of us. Welcome to NYRA.
You know that Christophe will be out on Father's Day, that's for sure, Greg.
I want to say a couple things. First of all, Christophe is lucky to have her as a daughter-in-law. Let's get that straight.
Absolutely.
She's not lucky to have him as a father-in-law. Second of all, what Christophe was really saying was he thought she was a dirt horse. He wanted to run in the dirt, but his son convinced him to run the horse in the turf. So let's make sure all of that is clear.
Was he reminding Acacia, my son Miguel, like she didn't know his name?
Well, that's another thing, but then again, he's getting a little old, He's actually younger than I am.
Plentitude.
Wouldn't know it by looking at him.
At 5-1, and Clement has some options with this filly.
Yeah, no, I agree. She was game between horses to get it done, and it's not always easy to do those things, and makes up a little bit for the Braze Easy on the inside, and this one, Joelle gets it done. So.
And when you're alive in a pick 5, you beat an odds-on favorite, got a couple of 5-1 shots, things are looking good.
I mean, you're talking about a parlay right now that's already over $350 for $2, so looking strong.
9th race coming up next. Mile and a 16th. Allowance optional claiming field. Guns and Graces, Sacred Wish, the 2 3-year-old fillies that were on the Oaks Trail, who, as expected, are taking plenty of money.
They are. Sunset Louise taking money as well, and they do look on paper like the main 3, but hey, we just saw a race that at least I thought was a 2-horse race. It was bet like it, and they didn't even finish first or second, so who knows?
More on this 9th when we come back from a timeout. When we return, she is back. Filly and Mare Sprint champion. Good night, Olive. Ready to line up in the Bed of Roses on Saturday, and we'll talk about it next.
Lexitonian, a consistent top-level performer from east to west. A debut winner at 2, winning and placing in multiple Grade 1 races, following the footsteps of his sire Speightstown to win the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, and placing second in the Grade 1 Bing Crosby and Grade 1 Churchill Downs Stakes, out of the daughter of a Grade 1 test winner. He has the pedigree, the speed, and the looks to succeed. Lexitonian, standing at Lane's End.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the win early pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the vernacular in a way that it was not.
We started with some 21 organizations, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country, and giving away almost just under $25 million.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today we have the 9th coming up next. We also have our ABR Race of the Week coming up on Saturday. It is a good one. Not just the 2-year-old champ, filly and mare sprint champ returning. I get a little mixed up. And the Great Two Better Roses. Quality top to bottom in this compact field.
No, I agree. I think sometimes people look and see a 5-horse field and they say only 5. We could have 4 no-hopers in this race, and it would be a worse race because they might get in the way. You've got 5 horses, including the returning and champion, all of whom have a very legitimate chance in here.
Oh, Good Night Olive. She has been special. 7 wins in a row. Probably very good chance it would have been 8 if not for the compromising position she was put in that Derby City Distaff, which we had talked quite a lot about over the last few days.
Yeah, good race riding by Tyler Gaffalione, but we'll talk about the Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint, where she beat not only Wicked Halo, who's really improved for Steve Asmussen. It's like that Asmussen stamp. Good horse at 3, just gets better at 4. But Echo Zulu as well, and can't wait to see her in Saratoga, maybe as early as the Honorable Miss on July 26th. And then, of course, all pointing towards the Ballerina. But Good Night Olive just capped a terrific season, winning her 5th race of the summer. And she had that big win in the Ballerina, coming back on short rest. She's the goods.
She really is. This was a race that delivered her a championship. 7 consecutive victories. Loves, obviously, the 7 furlongs, too. She's 5 for 6 at 7/8 of a mile. But again, that last race, Derby City Distaff, inside post, got pinned in, and now she draws the inside again. And that man right there is going to have some early decisions to make in the Better Roses.
Irad Ortiz and Chad Brown are not going to allow to happen what happened last time to happen again. She might lose this race, but she's not getting locked in. And I think they need to be a little more aggressive out of the gate to maybe create some separation to get her off of the inside. Similar to the way we saw earlier when John Velasquez won with that Wesley Ward horse, letting the arrows go, but going enough to make them extend a little bit early, because she got blocked for life inside of horses. And Tyler Gaffalione is riding the gray Wicked Halo. Just terrific race riding by him. And one of the things I remember most about is the very next race, Tyler was riding the favorite Spenderella, and Irad nailed him at the wire with fluffy socks. And Irad was really demonstrative after the race, excited to win. And you know it was a left layover from this race. And, you know, I sort of love that competition with these guys. Okay, you know, Tyler, you got me here, but I got you back.
And, you know, it's not just 2. They're not going to let that happen again, sure. But they could be extra aggressive, try and get earlier position, and it could take this filly out of her game.
I mean, I think it's a fair point, because you've got Caramel Swirl, who drew the outside where she wants to be as an effective closer, and Dr. B, who Irad was also on, and she's sort of between horses with the red cap and the green silks, and a horse that was so impressive in being forward in the Gopher Wand. Irad lost all position here, and this is one I'm sure Irad wishes he could have back. Now, obviously, he's going to ride the champ back, but Dr. B is going to get a very different trip under Kendrick Carmouche and be aggressive, and I think it gives her a real chance. But I never want to discount Caramel Swirl. Yes, Good Night Olive buried her in the Ballerina, but Caramel Swirl on her day can run a very fast race, and she's another, you know, arrow in the quill of Bill Mott, whose barn is just absolutely teeming with talent.
Most depth one of the great trainers in this game has ever had. He is just loaded with stars, and this is another one of them who had a big effort in that vagrancy win.
And a lot of Godolphin runners that are good as well. You think about horses like Cody's Wish, obviously, Pretty Mischievous, Wet Pain, who's running in a sort of meaningless race this weekend, but I imagine we'll see her up in Saratoga, and maybe both the CCA Oaks in Alabama. They have an embarrassment of riches as well.
Well, Beguine, she is quick, and she she's going to be able to use, this is a huge step up. Can she use that to her advantage? This is an entry-level allowance win, now tackling the champ.
Right. This is a big move up for her. She's got to run fast against very good horses, but it's not like she hasn't gotten some good figures before, and her best race gives her a chance in here, and they're going to try to wire the field. I'm looking forward to this race. This Bed of Roses, this has got to be the strongest running of the Bed of Roses I can remember in a long, long time. It's a great race.
You look back at her races, too. I know when you were really high, and Gary, she was second to her. She was on that Oaks path for a little while after she had an impressive maiden win at Oaklawn, going a little bit longer. She's talented.
No, I agree. You know, she also mentioned, they were talking about running Good Night Olive in either the Met Mile or the Phipps last week, and they opted for this one. The Connections, I think, wanted to go in the Phipps. They chose this route instead.
Smart move, passing on facing Cody's Wish.
Or even Clariere, but she's a very cool filly.
Cross-country pick 5. This is part of it. Starts with the Pegasus at Monmouth and ends with the Monmouth Stakes out in New Jersey.
Yeah, the Edentown came up a pretty strong race as well. I think Kingsbarns is the favorite, the Pegasus. I didn't look much in the race, but I'm always skeptical about him, but he's definitely the horse to beat.
Well, Chad Brown with a 3-year-old filly who is the slight favorite right now. That's Guns and Graces. Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. Was in the Ashland earlier this year, second in the Devona Dale. To downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll start there. She did face Dorth Vader in the Devona Dale, who ran quite well behind Pretty Mischievous on Belmont Stakes Day in the Acorn. But as far as Guns and Graces does go, watching her last race at Churchill last time out, she kind of took back after the break, and she looked to me, and watching that replay, like she'd gotten pretty hot early on and maybe didn't have quite enough late. Maybe she'd expended a little bit of energy early in the race. So they do add the blinkers today, which sometimes can be to have a horse break a little bit better, to be a little bit more forward, or maybe just to give them a little bit more focus at the end of the race. Just a regular short cup blinker going on, but I think that maybe that'll help her get into the bridle a bit earlier. Arad Ortiz climbing aboard. It is my first time laying eyes on her, and she's got a very feminine build. She's not hot at all here in the paddock, and I'll keep an eye on her out on the track. I do really like what I see from her. I think the one turn at Belmont should suit her well, and if there's moisture in the track, physically, she should not have any problem getting over it. The number 7, Sunset Louise, another horse who shouldn't mind some moisture. She did win on a muddy track last time out, and from her 3-year-old races to now as a 4-year-old, she's done so well mentally in particular, because last year she was pretty bad at the gate. She was a little bit tricky. They'd have to open the front of the gate. She loaded so calmly last time out, and while they brought the pony over to saddle her today, and she's gotten a little bit sharper once the tack is on, she's done everything right. I like that she's sharp again. She was quick last time, and she was very impressive. I love her getting a little bit more distance, too. That was my main concern from her last time, was that if a mile was just going to be a little bit shorter, she also looks a bit more tucked up in her second start off the layoff. The number 10, Sacred Wish, another one who was on that Kentucky Oaks trail, as she did finish second in the Gulfstream Park Oaks 2-back. She did check pretty significantly early on in the race last time in the Black Eyed Susan, but she just really had no rally after that. She is a big, leggy type of filly in here, too, and she has been kind of carefully handled in the paddock, trying to keep her settled. As I see now that they've got the tack on, she's starting to get a little bit more moving forward, and we'll see if she can keep the streak of George Weaver rolling as she gets a little bit of class relief here, but faces some good competition, Greg.
It's a good group. Thank you, Acacia, that's lining up, and some fillies potentially who could really be making some noise later in the year. We'll see if they can take that step forward. They'll need to. But Sacred Wish, Guns and Graces, both of them, the 3, the 10, have shown talent. But wow, 8-5 on Guns and Graces, awfully short number. But that's what you get with this barn and this rider. They play all the action, of course, by getting signed up with Naira Bets. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus for new members. When you punch in that code right there, bonus 200 at sign-up. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. Riders up. Jose Ortiz hopping aboard Sunset Louise. You're getting 3-1 on an older 4-year-old filly, coming off a number that really the 3-year-old fillies are chasing to get to here.
No, I'm not against Sunset Louise. I picked her second. I think she's an overlay. Honestly, in my opinion, Guns and Graces should be the third choice in this race. And it's the idea of getting Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz that's making this horse an underlay here. And I agree with Acacia's concept very much about the one-turn race being better for her because she's a deeper closer. But I'm just not sure that the two horses she has to beat don't have a tactical advantage as more forwardly placed, and I don't know how much pace there's going to be in here. I also did not like Guns and Grace's last race, and maybe you feel getting back to New York to Chad Brown will help her run better. But the horse who won that race, Free and Wilkes, was coming into a slow figures. She circled Guns and Grace's, came from behind her. I just think this is an Irad horse that's being dramatically overbet, and both Sunset Louise and the 10, Sacred Wish, who I prefer, are more likely winners.
Did you see any sort of upside with Wishing on a Star, the 2, from that performance last time out?
Well, it's tough for me because that number, I mean, listen, I respect Horacio De Paz. She does get a muddy seal track again, so you get a similar track, and she ran fast enough. And was Icy Reply the one who finished second? Was she the one that ran second earlier today? Was that in the 7th race? Was that Icy Reply? Yes. Yeah. She ran second, so she sort of legitimized the race. So, listen, if you want to look to use her to price, maybe. And I always respect Horacio De Paz.
Yeah, she got a career best figure last time out, as you mentioned, on that muddy sealed track, which she'll get again today.
What about Suspended Campaign? Is she supposed to be 15-1, the 9 horse? She's not that bad.
Yeah, get to her in a moment. We start with Wishing on a Star, so a 4-length win last start at Belmont.
The big step forward for her. Can she take another one against a tougher field?
8-5 on this 3-year-old filly for Chad Brown, a gun runner with Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, this is just too big a price. I mean, too short a price, excuse me. She's okay, but they're over betting the connections, and they're supposed to be betting on the horses, not the connections.
Swoop to finish, moving to the Belmont barn.
She's never been on a dirt track before. So the question is Bill trying to find out if she can be a dirt horse first time out, or is she prepping for longer on the turf? Because her best race was a mile and a quarter on the turf.
Manny Franco showing up on a 23-1 shot. Maiden win came at Gulfstream.
Yeah, she's a funny horse. She broke her maiden, and then they tried the Oaks, and almost 50-1. She finished well behind Sacred Wish.
Here's the Amity Island, the biggest price on the board.
Yeah, she's a little tough to make. She's improved a bit lately, but still not good enough.
Sunset Louise, that big effort off the bench in her 4-year-old debut. Jose Ortiz rides her right back.
She's dipped down to 5-2, and she's absolutely dangerous.
So back to your 9 here, Suspended Campaign, Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, I think she's too big a price here at almost 20-1. She's not the kind of horse that's likely to win, but I could see her being third in the try. Big price.
Coming from off the pace, trying to make that late run. And then here's the other 3-year-old filly, attracting attention for George Weaver, Sacred Wish.
Yeah, I like Sacred Wish in here. I don't want to run to the window at 2-1 on her, but I do believe she's the one they're going to have to beat in here. I like her chances quite a bit.
JK2, 3-year-old fillies attracting a lot of attention because of that path they were on trying to get to the Oaks. What do you make of them here?
You guys, this is an interesting spot for me. I really like the 7 Sunset Louise, a horse that looks like they could get loose in here. From a pace figure standpoint, looks like of all these other horses in here that have some tactical speed, the 7 looks like they could be the one to make the front end. But look, the 10 Sacred Wish is a horse that, in full disclosure, I've been following because I got a couple of friends that own black-type thoroughbreds, Swinbank Stables. This is a horse that they bought privately. Then they ran in the Gulfstream Park Oaks. Wasn't with George Weaver for very long prior to that performance. Ran a really, really nice second that day. The speed figure wasn't terribly fast, but it wasn't a terribly fast race altogether. Then comes back in the Black-Eyed Susan and just doesn't pick up her feet at all. Seems like they've hit reset. They add Lasix back. They drop to an allowance company. I just think that this horse, Sacred Wish, might be better than the rest of these. She's going to have to run better than she did last time, that's for sure. But I do think she can be right there if she can find her race from 2 back down in Florida.
Sacred Wish had a big trip in her last start. I mean, first of all, I think there's a very strong argument the rail was dead on Black-Eyed Susan Day. And she just, like John Velazquez was never in a spot break from the rail where he wanted to be. And then she ended up getting steadied badly in the backstretch. And effectively after that, she kind of threw in the towel. And Johnny just gave up as he should have when she was hopelessly beaten. I'm not saying she was going to win that race. I actually had bet her in that race. And I'm not blaming the tripper. Certainly not blaming Johnny. It wasn't his fault. She had the rail. But her trip was not the kind of trip you want. So I can make a strong excuse for her last race. And I liked what Jonathan said about the fact that she had not been with George Weaver for long before the race. Now, I don't want to criticize her prior trainer. She'd done very well with her, but I think she could be a horse that has more improvement. And certainly the Weaver barn had another win today at a short price, mostly with 2-year-olds, but they're firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, it really is. So 2-1. 3 of them on the board between 9-5 and 2-1. The 3, the 7, the 10. Let's go back down to Acacia.
And I do like what I've seen from on the track with Sacred Wish in here. We talked about some of the logical horses back in the paddock, and we'll look at a couple of prices here trackside. Starting with the number 2, Wishing on a Star. As Craig, you mentioned, she's looking for 2 in a row. And while I know she doesn't look to be anywhere near up to the class level of some of the others that she's going to be facing in this spot, I do think that Horacio De Paz has really figured her out. I spoke to him last time because you could see at her races 2 back where she was so hard to handle, really, really tough kind of getting out. And she's the type of horse that you have to give her head. And I noticed Trevor McCarthy kept her wide last time. I wonder what he's going to do with her today, breaking from the rail, because he kind of kept her out on the outside, didn't pull on her, had very, very soft hands, and that's the key. They did seem to change the bit a little bit stronger. It goes from a softer snaffle bit to a ring bit today versus what she had last time. But I think Horacio's really kind of figured out the method that works with getting this filly to give her best out on the track. The number 4, Swoop to the Finish, as Annie mentioned, best race from her was going very long on the turf and in a stake up at Woodbine. And I can see physically why she would handle turf and synthetic a little bit better. She's a bit of a lighter frame type of filly, a little bit more angular behind the saddle and in her pasterns as well, just everything looking like it could lend itself better to the turf. Now, those types of physicals sometimes handle a sealed track quite well. So a little bit curious as she seemed to move over it well in the warm-up, and she's a giant price. First time for Bill Mott. Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. We will see. We Swoop to Finish. Meanwhile, and there she is, 22-1. First time on dirt for this American Pharoah filly, Triple Crown champ. Junior Alvarado riding for him. And yeah, we'll see. Maybe just try and say, let's check that box and see if she can handle the surface.
Yeah, and I mean, also gives her a race off a layoff, so no harm done, and get her set up for her next start. She probably wants to go longer on the turf. We'll see how that works out.
But, you know, back to the 2. This horse on that muddy seal track ran a big figure that was comparable to what Sunset Louise ran, who's 2-1.
You're trying to convince yourself to bet Wishing on a Star.
I like the 7, but...
All right. I like the 10.
They're both
chalk eating weasel fest here, but I still think that Guns and and trainers and riders matter, but you've got great riders. I mean, you've got John Velasquez on Sacred Wish and Jose Ortiz on Sunset Louise. Jose's right behind his brother for the standings, and they're just over betting based on Irad being on the 3. And to me, the 3 should be the 3rd choice, win or lose.
See what happens here with this 9th, our feature. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
And they're off. Sacred Wish away very well from the extreme outside. Sunset Louise is now moving up to challenge. So it's Sunset Louise and Sacred Wish right together. Down on the inside is Wishing on a Star. Then comes Swoop to Finish, who's running in 4th. Just Catherine on the outside is next in 5th. Guns and Graces is 6th, about 4.5 lengths off the lead. Then it's another 4 lengths back to Amity Island, and farther back in the field is Suspended Campaign, who is the trailer. The opening quarter in the mud in 23 seconds. Sunset Louise by 3/4 of a length. Wishing on a Star is second by a neck. Swoop to Finish runs in 3rd, and on the outside is Sacred Wish in 4th. A break of 2 to Just Catherine and the White Blinkers in 5th. Another 2 lengths to Guns and Graces. Half mile in 46 seconds as they go around the turn. Sunset Louise maintaining the lead here by a length. Wishing on a Star in 2nd, and now Sacred Wish is gaining ground, and the move by Sacred Wish is followed by Just Catherine, and her move is followed by Guns and Graces. So it is Sunset Louise, challenged here on the outside by Sacred Wish. Wishing on a Star is back running in third. Then Just Catherine. Down towards the inside is Guns and Graces, who's being asked for more now. 3/4 in 1:11. Sunset Louise, Sacred Wish on the outside. It's Sacred Wish and Sunset Louise right together with a furlong to the finish. Sunset Louise is in front. Sacred Wish driving on the outside. Just Catherine is next in third. Sunset Louise trying to hang in there for another 50 yards. And Sunset Louise will do it under Jose Ortiz. Sacred Wish was second, and Just Catherine finished third.
Sunset Louise got the jump early on. Jose Ortiz, Bruce Levine, back-to-back wins now for this 4-year-old filly.
Like the aggression from Jose Ortiz as he closes the gap on his brother, and they're sort of neck and neck for the title, and you liked her a lot, and you were right. Good call by you, Greg. I think John Velasquez a little bit overconfident, frankly, on the 10 Sacred Wish. She had every chance to win the race, but I'm not so sure after breaking on top like she did, if he had it to do over again, he'd have dropped back. But maybe he just felt he was doing the right thing. The pace was certainly honest. She had her chance to catch her and just didn't get it done.
Goes off as the third choice on the board.
And once again, the 3-horse at 3-2 is just ridiculous. The horses that ran first and second here should have been the first and second choices. The 3-horse, Irad Ortiz, Chad Brown, they're just overbetting connections on a horse that's frankly slow. Don't you want to have horses in dirt racing that are forward, not coming from behind?
5-2 on your winner, Sunset Louise. In very sharp form right now. It's actually won 3 of her last 5 races back-to-back here. We'll have the prices when we come back and an ultra-competitive finale as well. This 10th and finale on this Friday card. Sunset Louise, your winner of the feature.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Oh, that beautiful paddock here at Belmont Park. You're watching America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California as well. That paddock was rocking on Belmont Stakes Day. 6 Grade 1s. Time for our Winner's Circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July sales of selected yearlings and horses of racing age. July 10th and 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? Sunset Louise, we know where she is. getting her picture taken in the winner's circle now. Back-to-back starts.
You know where Jose Ortiz wanted to be as well. He's riding in really fine form, and she's able to get it done. Going to the lead, setting an honest pace, and holding off Sacred Wish.
7-10-5 finish. Just Catherine at 29-1, completing that trifecta. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Very happy to be joined by winning trainer Bruce Levine, Sunset Louise. Bruce, boy, she has really done well mentally from 3 to 4. You can see the change in her.
Yeah, she's much more matured. You know, the tunnelists, your father-in-law trained them. They get better as they get older, so we thought we'd have a really good 4-year-old year. We didn't push her. She had a couple of hiccups down the road, but now she's really good, and she's putting it all together.
She wired the field last time, and this time she had to fight for it. How encouraged were you by how she dug in?
I was really proud because they put pressure on her. She looked like the lone speed on paper with the 2 scratches, and they tried to push her, and then the 10 come running. So she was really game today. Really proud of her.
She's a New York bred, and she was facing Open Company for the first time. Can you talk a little bit about planning the campaign for her, and where do you go?
I don't know. We'll look at a stake race. I know they got one up at Saratoga, or maybe just an Open 2 other than. We'll just keep our options open.
You have options with a New York bred, but she is very talented. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Sunset Louise, it does it back-to-back wins, Greg.
Yeah, good for these connections. Good to see Bruce Levine with a nice 4-year-old filly who has some bigger sights in her immediate future.
Yeah, no, good to see with Bruce. And Bruce is a terrific trainer. He just doesn't have really that many horses, that much stock so far. And this, we were talking about this pick 5. It's about a, what did I say, about 1080, about close to a $1,300 parlay for $2 so far. I haven't looked at the pick 5s, but they're probably pretty healthy. What's the shortest one, Greg? You looking?
I am. We're going to close out the card with a very competitive group here in this state-bred maiden special weight 6-furlong sprint.
10's the favorite in pick 5s at just under 1,700, so that's almost 7,000. And what did we say it was, the parlay? We said it's about 300, it's around 300, a little over $300 for 50 cents. So they're paying pretty well.
Due is 19-1.
How about the 10 is 9-5? How's anybody 9-5 in this race?
That's second-time starter for Danny Gargan. You got speed on the rail, Shaman Princess, but is backed up on several occasions. There's those pick 5 Will Pays. And yeah, favorite in the pick 5, the 10, 1675, coming back to the current favorite as well. And in terms of the pick 6, look at those 5 of 6s. So I picked the 2. I think the 2's a major play in here. The 2, the 4, the 11, the 12 is as well. Who's your top selection, right?
Yep.
Both those 2 could result in a pick 6 carryover.
4 carryovers. Have not had a ton of carryovers so far this meet. We're due.
See what happens here in this finale on the Friday card. Good one to close it out. We'll be back. We're going to talk some of the stars of their respective divisions, and they showed up big time on Belmont Stakes Day. Clairiere, a repeat effort with her typical closing kick in the Ogden Phipps, and Cody's Wish. What a dominant performance in the Med Mile. Stay with us.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it going to be? It is Malafat.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. the legacy of strength.
Last September broke records.
It brought the energy, the magic, the momentum.
And this year, it all returns.
Only at the World's Yearling Sale. Keeneland, September.
We are set for the start, and they're off in the Ogden Phipps Stakes. Clairiere is now coming on the outside. It is Search Results and Played Hard. They are 1-2, moving for the 16th pole. Clairiere on the outside continues to gain. Search Results trying to hold off Clairiere. Here comes Clairiere. Search Results right there. It's the courageous Clairiere to win the Ogden Phipps in back-to-back years. Here comes Arabian Lion now, and Arabian Lion claws to the front here. It's Arabian Lion in front. On the inside, Drew's Gold in second, and it will be Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1 Woody Stephens. And here she comes now. Caravel is up now to grab the lead, and Casa Creed is now kicking in. It's Caravel in front. Casa Creed surging on the outside. Late run here from Big Invasion. It is Caravel trying to beat the boys again. Far outside Big Invasion. Caravel has done it. She wins the Jaipur by 3 parts of a length. Cody's Wish is making a big move on the extreme outside. Cody's Wish is picking off horses as they come for the top of the stretch in the Met Mile. Here comes Cody's Wish on the outside. Now to grab the lead. Slow down, Andy. Down towards the rail. It is Cody's Wish in front. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish putting in a huge effort here. Then it's Zandon and White Barrio. But it's Cody's Wish, and this beautiful racing story continues with this terrific racehorse. He has now won 6 in a row. Cody's Wish. But here's Up to the Mark now. Up to the Mark. Up to Challenge Strong Quality. And Up to the Mark has taken over. It is Up to the Mark who has a lead and is drawing away here in this stretch. Up to the Mark was up to the challenge today. He dominates the field in the Resorts World Casino Manhattan. And they're off in the 155th Belmont Stakes. The field is in the stretch in the Belmont Stakes, and Arcangelo has now taken over. Arcangelo is in front. National Treasure back running in second. Then Hit Show, Tampa Trice, Forte, and Angel of Empire. It is Arcangelo with the lead. Arcangelo in front, trying to hold on for the final 50 yards, and it's Arcangelo to win the Test of the Champion. It is Arcangelo, and it is a monumental victory for trainer Jenna Antonucci. And what a month for jockey Javier Castellano. He won his first Derby with Mage. He wins his first Belmont Stakes with Arcangelo.
In so many ways, 6 Grade 1s in every race, building up. The storyline just got better and better and better, topped off by, you can't top what happened at the Belmont Stakes. First female trainer in the history of the Triple Crown to win that race with Arcangelo. What a job Jenna Antonucci did with Arcangelo.
No, I agree. It was everything you could want from a day of racing. You saw so many terrific horses running and terrific performances by the stars of the game. Horses like Cody's Wish, Up to the Mark, has clearly stamped himself as far and away the leader of the turf division right now, at least for the males, that's for sure. Might want to have a matchup between some of the best fillies or mares, a horse like In Italia against Up to the Mark. That might be a marquee matchup. But Arcangelo putting the cherry on top for the win for the connections as well. Everybody involved. Jenna Antonucci, Javier Castellano. Just a great day of racing, a great crowd, everything you could want, and still a lot of good racing left at Belmont. And, of course, Saratoga, less than 4 weeks away, 27 days.
Incredible, right? Almost there. And we got to say, because every time we show that package, just how dominant Cody's Wish was. And coming out of that, the fact that they are going to go to the path of Whitney potentially to the Classic.
And it'll be interesting to see if he can be as effective mile and eighth. And he got that job done 2 turns a mile. And I think one of the things that makes him better in these one-turn races is deeper closer, so you get faster pace to close into. But you have to try the Whitney, and Bill Mott's going to try to win 2 of the biggest races, not just in NYRA, but in horse racing. The Met Mile and Whitney. It's unbelievable that Bill has never won either races. If you didn't know, you'd think he probably won them a combined 6-7 times.
Yeah.
He did it now in the Met Mile, and he's looking to do it with the Whitney. And Cody's Wish will be the horse to beat in that race. He right now has to be considered the best horse in the country, at least on the dirt, if not any surface.
Totally agree. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Nightcap to come with the post parade from the 10th from Belmont. When we return, 2-1 favorite. Echo in Eternity. Second time out for the Danny Gargan barn. More on the race to close out this Friday card when we return here on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. His progeny include these recent standout performers. And in the sales ring, Blade continues to prove his value. Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you, as always, by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. As we wrap up the day with a real head-scratcher in this nightcap, a maiden special weight for the New York bred fillies, going 6 furlongs on the main track. And there are several first-time starters. We'll start with the firster that I probably like best here in the paddock. That's the number 3, Nolita, debuting for Bill Mott. And I do like that though she had back-to-back gate workouts, the last workout was from the pole, and I thought she seemed to, at least looking on paper, do it quite nicely. And certainly from fitness perspective, it looks like she's coming in here well prepared. I would like to see just a little bit more energy from her in the paddock, so I'll watch how she warms up, because while she's professional, she's very quiet in here. She also looks like she might be able to handle a little bit more ground too. She is half to Unique Unions, a multiple stakes place horse who was a good dirt sprinter, and the dam was a good dirt sprinter as well. So one that I'll watch with interest as far as the warm-up is concerned. But looking at a couple of horses who have some experience, the number 10, Echo in Eternity, finished 4th in a very live maiden special weight race on a wet track. We saw Angelique come back yesterday and win impressively with a 77 Beyer speed figure, and the runner-up in that race also came back to win in her subsequent start. And Echo in Eternity was off slow by several lengths in that last race. Now, she physically doesn't really look like a sprinter. She looks like a horse that wants to go long, but her demeanor definitely says sprint. She's very sharp here in the paddock. She was actually a little bit naughty when we first walked in, giving her handler a little bit of a tough time. So hopefully she's able to channel that energy and be a bit more focused in the gate and break a bit better and use that to go forward. But she's very fit, dappled out from head to toe. And again, that intensity, that energy and demeanor does say this is the right spot for her. Then number 12, Big Hazel, goes back to the dirt, which is definitely the site of her best race in her debut. She was just a touch green, but second best and ran pretty well on the dirt. She hasn't run a step on her 2 turf races, and I can see why Dave Donkus tried to give her a little bit more distance, as she also has some good size to her, but she's built more like a dirt horse. She is very, very strong, too, particularly behind the saddle, which I wasn't entirely expecting. Sometimes when horses are a little bit lighter across their flank, lighter in their hindquarters, they have an easier time pushing off on the turf, and I was wondering if that might be the case. But she is really well muscled, and she is on the muscle here, too, in the paddock. That intensity I like to see marching around. I like everything I'm seeing in the paddock from Big Hazel as she gets back to the dirt. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. That dirt debut. Distant second against Monroe, but getting back to dirt and a lot to like. You get around Ortiz Jr. and yes, maybe a little bit over. But I thought Big Hazel would probably be around this price. What do you think?
Yeah, 6-1 or something. I picked her. I hate having IRAD. It's great to get IRAD, but it's not good for your value. Get over bet. A lot of money for the first or no Lita right now.
Yeah, that's the 3 at 3-1 debuting for Bill Mott. Real quick, want to remind everyone, earn a 20% trifecta bonus today just by playing with Naira Bet. You'll get that 20% bonus on your trifecta winnings. You can opt in at nairabets.com, be correct, and reap the rewards.
Danny Gargan. You like the other Danny Gargan, Bonadieu. It was a huge price at 16-1. Echo and Eternity. We saw a great performance from Angelique yesterday. It won the race, but Dancer d'Oro, who was in that race, she didn't run particularly last time. I wonder if Angelique just improved a lot for Todd Pletcher getting to a dry track yesterday.
Angelique was...
She was good.
She was sensational.
I forgot to look up what fig she got. It must have been a good one.
She's now 2 for 2. Well, here's a look at Shaman Princess, and this one should be the one in front. But the concern is that race 2 back when she opened up 5.5 on the field and got caught.
Well, the other thing is I sent this in not only because I was searching just for a replay to show. There really isn't much to show here. And I thought we'd have a dry track. And it does feel like she's run better. Her 2 better races were on dry tracks. Listen, if she didn't get it done this day, I just don't really want her going forward. You know what I mean?
It's a lot of ground to give away and get nailed. What a tough beat. I was adding blinkers for the first time, showed that improved speed, and just could not last.
It just feels like there's so many new shooters in this race, whether it's the first or no Lita. Even the first or Timely Conquest that John Velasquez is riding, who has some pedigree. But Bonadieu, who you're interested in, but I think one of the reasons you liked her too is getting to a dry track and now the wet track. The money the 10 is taking. I think Big Hazel getting back to dirt's interesting. What about Mim? We haven't even talked about Mim. I mean, the first race she dueled that You're My Girl race. I know she lost by 74 lengths, but keep in mind, You're My Girl won by 14.5 lengths. So she was very much in the photo for second.
There's Mim.
And the winner was good, and she's not. She's a big price at 8-1. So I think there's lots of different horses to look at in this race, and that's why I was like Shaman Princess. She needed to win that day. You know, the fields are going to get tougher getting here to Belmont Park.
Yeah, I don't know how you make someone 2-1 in this race. That must be. Is there a story with her, how she's turned the corner maybe in start number 2?
And Acacia just texted me, Angelique got a 77 buyer now, so she improved 10 or 11 points from that win. But I think it was Angelique, because Dancer d'Oro actually ran worse in that race. She paired up the figures. It's not like she was even betting her debut, right? I mean, she was 8-1 that day.
Yeah.
And now she's taking all the money. I don't think either one of us going to be shocked. You liked her more than I did, but I think 2-1 stuff price taking anyone in this race.
See what happens. Here comes our post parade. We'll start with the speedster on the inside here with Jamie Torres.
Jamie's just got to go and hope she can hold on. She couldn't last time against that tougher field.
Bon Adieu, her best effort. It came on a fast track back in February at Aqueduct.
Yeah, she does feel like you'd kind of downgrade her, but if you like her like you do, Greg, 16-1, you have to bet a few dollars.
Katie Davis rides for Danny Gargan. Here's the first timer taking money for Bill Mott.
Yeah, we'll see if the money keeps coming in. Unique Unions, after Unique Unions, a very fast horse that our friend Rick Schosberg had.
Central Banker, first-time starter, maxing the bank.
No money for this one for trainer Joe Parker, that Ann and Joe McMahon, of course, who stand Central Banker, and Salamini, the new sire.
Here's Johnny V on Timely Conquest, first-time starter by Accelerate.
This horse not taking any money, but is a half to some horse that could run some nice numbers. I think it's an interesting firster.
Yeah, Euphoric, one of them that Dan produced. Here's Mim, aforementioned. Mark Cassidy now training.
This is a sneaky horse in here, Mim. I think Mim is a dangerous player. The first race, You're My Girl, was so impressive. I like Mim's chances.
Kendra Carmouche on Echo in Eternity, 2-1 favorite.
They're betting like they know something. She ran well enough, but it's a short price. Tough to take for me.
Another first-time starter next door. Here's Montauk Mystique, Mike Misselli.
It's a half to 3 horses, just did very little running, like the Lau bands, but not the dam side.
And a major player outside, getting back to dirt. Big Hazel with a Rat Ortiz Jr.
And we saw a number of horses come back and run. Crystal Hare was third, improved 13 buyer points. The fourth, 15 points. The fifth, 6 points. The sixth horse won, improving immeasurably. So I think she's out of a live dirt race, and she's dirtied up by turf efforts. But it's IRAD, so you're getting 4-1.
Let's get back to JK and his man cave with more on this nightcap.
Look, I see the point with the 10 Echo in Eternity. When you see a horse who breaks really poorly and kind of, has some run in the middle of the race and has a good account for themselves, you kind of start dreaming, oh, what if this horse breaks better? And if they break better, they'll run better, they'll be closer, they won't have as much to do. She obviously showed she had a little bit of ability. But the problem is when you only have one race to deal with, was it bad luck? Was it experience? Or is she a horse who is going to always break poorly? And I think at a shorter price, you'd like to not be guessing which one it's going to be. I wouldn't be shocked if she won. But I think one of the things that you look at this race, you see some first-time starters that could jump up. You see a horse like the 10 who could break better and win. But one thing that we know for sure is the one, Shaman Princess, has speed. And I think when there's a bunch of question marks, speed and experience can go a very, very long way. I love the draw. I love the rider. I think they'll send away from there, make the lead, and hopefully the rest of them are still trying to figure out what racing's all about. The first-time starters, sometimes those can break a little bit slow. There's going to be some kickback they might not like. And the same thing can be said about the 10. Maybe they don't break well here. Give me the one, Shaman Princess, to go wire to wire from the inside.
Jonathan, you can have her. We've got a lot of different opinions in this board. You like the 2, he likes the 1.
Makes it a great
I like the 12 and 8.
Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
I just wanted to wrap up thoughts on what JK was saying about the number 1 Shaman Princess, because she does have that speed and by far the strongest warm-up right off of the post parade. Jamie Torres kind of sat in the saddle and urged her along aggressively. In fact, a stronger warm-up than I typically like to see, and she's a little bit revved up now, but you can expect to see her forward from that inside post as he kicked his feet out of the iron, so try to get her to settle a little bit now after that big warm-up there. But she is a small, compact type of filly. Let's see if she can take them every step today, but a few that I am intrigued by. The number 8, Mim, in both of her races, I wrote, wants distance, wants to go long. Not sold on the turf, but like her going long. She cuts back in distance today as Shaman Princess continues to act naughty out on the track. Hopefully she can link back up with a pony soon. But as far as Mim, the 8, is concerned, she does cut back in distance, and still physically, I feel like she wants more distance, and we'll see. I think it's interesting getting back to the main track because she ran okay on the turf, and maybe they're still kind of trying to figure out what's best for her. She does look fit in her first start for Mark Cassidy, but she's just a big, lanky type of filly, and I wonder if this is a prep for her to get some more distance down the road. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Minute to post here coming up. Finale on this Friday card. We have seen some surprises. And maybe the biggest fireworks waiting for the finale coming up. Yeah,
I think this is a super interesting race, and maybe the public will be right with the 10 Echo in Eternity. She's certainly a contender here. Maybe Jonathan will be right about Shaman Princess and we'll be wrong about her, but I think there's a lot going on here. I hear what Acacia's saying, and obviously respect always her opinion on the physicality, but I think Mim showed in her first race that she shouldn't be a problem going shorter. I think she's super dangerous. The 12 Big Hazel I like. 9-2 because of Irad just seems a little on the short side. I'm alive in a small double with her and the 8.
Johnny V on his first time or timely conquest. You mentioned his pedigree here with this one for Mark Hennig.
Yeah, I threw that one in. I played some exactas. I used the 8 and 12 mostly, and used with the firsters the 3 and a little 6.
There is the firster taking the most attention, that 3 with Junior Alvarado for Mott, Lauband filly, Nolita for Dreammaker Racing. Bonadou back to a fast track. She has taken no money whatsoever. 16-1, and then the Speedster on the rail. JK Selection 4-1. Shaman Princess. We'll try and wire this field from that inside post. Does get some weight as well from this group, most of the group anyway. As we send it upstairs, finale on this Friday card from Belmont Park. Let's go to John Imbrial.
Waiting now for Maxing the Bank, Montauk Mystique, and Big Hazel.
Well, the 4 Max in the Bank was taking a little bit of time to get in. We got 2 left to load. Here's one of them. First timer Montauk Mystique with Eric Cancel. A little more cooperative. So no domino effect. And here's Big Hazel with Irad Ortiz Jr. So we are set. Let's go back to John Imbrial.
Field of 9. She's in. We're set for the nightcap. And they're off. That was an awkward start for number 10, Echo in Eternity. She's at the back of the field now, moving up a couple of spots. Shaman Princess is out for the lead. Bonadou runs in second, and Mim is on the outside next in third, followed by Maxing the Bank in fourth. Timely Conquest gains some ground, along with a Big Hazel on the outside. Then it is Echo in Eternity, followed by Nolita, and trailing the field is Montauk Mystique in ninth. The quarter went in 22 seconds. Shaman Princess steps away here to lead by 3.5 lengths. Bonadou next in second with Mim in third. Timely Conquest down towards the rail runs in fourth. Then comes a Big Hazel, followed on the outside by Echo in Eternity. Shaman Princess leads coming into the stretch, ran the half in 45-2. Timely Conquest moves up towards the rail. Bonadou is there. Then comes Mim, followed by Big Hazel and Nolita. Timely Conquest has taken over the lead now. It's Timely Conquest in front. Then Mim and Nolita. Timely Conquest. And this is a 3-win Friday for jockey Johnny Velasquez. He does it here on this first-time starter at odds of 22-1.
Fireworks indeed in the finale. We thought it was the most wide open race on the card. It turns out to be John Velasquez, Hall of Famer, on this huge price for Mark Hennig.
Yeah, and John Velasquez saving ground and angling out a very fast pace. When a horse like the one runs off like that, you know they're moving, and 22 is too fast for these. And I'm very happy for Mark Hennig, who obviously has had himself a very, very tough week. So it's nice to see Mark get the win. I'm sure that's a lot of relief for the barn and a first-time starter. And we talked about the horse at pedigree. You mentioned Euphoric, and they just ignored this one at the window and gets it done. Mim, and I had a little saver exacta, as we mentioned before they were going in the gate.
Second biggest price on the board at 22-1 to close things out here on this Friday card. Wow.
$224 for the exacta for $2. But,
someone hit this pick 6, by the way.
Well, first-time starters. Listen, we talked about the 6. It's not like this horse had plenty of pedigree. I think the Mod horse finished 3rd there, maybe getting the finishing 3rd, and Bonaju, your horse, finishing 4th, and the 10. And Acacia talked about it as well. But the 10 just got left again. I think Jonathan was talking about it as well, and that horse got left again and was no factor at a short price.
6, 8, 3, 2, 22-1 to close things out of the Friday card. First-time starter for Mark Hennig at John Velasquez for Commonwealth Stable. Well, the prices from this finale when we come back. Stay with us. Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July Selected Yearling Sale. The first major yearling sale of the year. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. The July sale is also among the nation's top sources of graded stakes winners. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Faiza and Chocolate Gelato, plus this growing list of graded stakes winners. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, Tuesday, July 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California. 22-1 ending to the Friday card with a first-time starter, Timely Conquest, under Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
And very quietly, a 3-win day for John Velasquez, getting it done. Came close to a 4-win day with Sacred Wish before that, but an excellent ride on this horse. And now you know there's people saying, why didn't I see that John Velasquez stuck around to ride a 20-1 shot in the first race?
Right?
Right.
That's an angle so many people talk about.
They love that.
Why is he here for the nightcap?
Yeah. Now we know, I guess.
Yep. Pick 5. 8,242. Pick 6. $46,319. And if you put together this combo, well done. It's a nice return.
That was not easy at all. Pick 5, 8,200. I wouldn't have had...
Plenitude, tough one to have.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Lady Mine would have really tripped me up. I didn't like her.
Yeah. We are back tomorrow, FS2, beginning at 1 Eastern start time. FS1 will be on at 2. It was Plenitude, switching surfaces to win Sunset Louise back-to-back. And again, tomorrow, 1 to 2 on FS2, then 4:45 to 6. In between that time, we got FS1 coverage from 2 to 4. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll see you tomorrow.